Tales from the Break Room is a viewer submission show. So go on then, send me your scariest work stories at eeriecast.com/submit. If we narrate it on the show, we'll pay you 5 cents per word. But you must have a working PayPal account, and your story must be both scary and believable. While you're at it, rate and review Tales from the Break Room on Spotify and Apple before I give you your first write-up. Just kidding.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
I think it's something a lot of men do, to wonder what life would be like as a truck driver. Apparently, though, they see some very scary things. In fact, they've seen enough scary things to fill this 4-hour compilation of scary trucker stories. Some of these I've shared before on Unexplained Encounters, so be sure to follow that podcast too. And others I've shared here. So rest your wary eyes in my cozy little employee lounge. These are Tales from the Break Room. Trucker Serial Killer. From Anonymous. 2 of my older sisters used to work as in-home caregivers to an elderly lady. My oldest sister, we'll call her A, worked the evening shift until around 8 p.m. At this time, my other sister, C, would arrive and work the overnight shift until the next morning. One night, A sat around chatting with C after her shift until it was very late. At around 10:30 p.m., she said her goodbyes and headed home. As she was leaving, she asked C to call her husband and let him know she just left because her car was acting up and she was concerned it might break down on her way home. On that night, her husband and their children were camping out in the backyard. They'd set up a tent and planned to sleep outside. So nobody was inside to answer the phone, and by the time A had headed home, they were all in fact already asleep. As A had feared, her car did indeed break down on the interstate between the town where she worked and the next town over, which is where she lived. She sat in her vehicle, trying not to feel panicked. She had no cell phone at the time. She was sure that C had gotten a hold of her husband and that he would soon realize she must have broke down and would come looking for her. So she waited. After an hour or more had passed, she became worried. She only lived about half an hour away. If her husband was coming, he should have arrived by now. It was then that she noticed an 18-wheeler pulling up in front of her car. The driver got out and walked over to her vehicle, tapping at her driver's side window. She cracked the window just enough to speak, and he asked if she was okay. She replied that she was, and that her husband would soon be here to get her. He smiled at her and told her he knew she'd been sitting here for a while because he had passed by earlier on his way to make a delivery in the town where she worked. He said he'd told himself he was going to stop and check on the stranded vehicle if it was still there on his way back through. This put her at ease with him, so she rolled the window down farther to thank him and to reassure him that her husband would in fact be there soon. He argued that he couldn't just leave her there though. To do so would make him feel terrible, and he'd worry about her safety. He told her he didn't have a phone but pleaded with her to allow him to drop her off at the 24-hour gas station at the next exit. At least that way she'd be in a safe place, and she'd be able to use their phone to call someone. This was the exit she was heading to anyway, and she didn't feel like he was a threat. She thought, why not? It's better than waiting out here alone. So she accepted his offer, gathering her purse and locking up her car before climbing into the passenger side of the big rig. The man pulled out and began driving down the highway. He made some small talk with A, asking her how many kids she had, etc., the usual stuff strangers chat about. While she was chatting, she noticed he was pulling the truck over to the shoulder. They'd only gone a little over a mile. She could still faintly see her own vehicle in the side mirror. Alarmed, she asked what was going on. The driver brought the truck to a stop and left the engine idling. He stared straight ahead at the windshield and began talking, but his voice and demeanor had changed drastically. A suddenly felt that she had made a terrible decision to trust this man and that she was going to pay for it. He then said, "Your husband really isn't coming, is he?" Before she could answer, he continued, "He doesn't care about you. Nobody does. He would have already been here if he cared about you. Or someone would have come by now and noticed you hadn't gotten home. Nobody's coming, are they? If your family cared about you, they'd make sure you had a good car that wouldn't break down and leave you stranded alone out here." A began to cry, telling him firmly that her husband was on the way and she was going to get out and walk back to her car. He warned her that wouldn't be wise, that she would get hit or otherwise injured in some way. She pleaded with him to let her get out of the truck. She promised him she wouldn't say anything about this to anyone if he'd just let her go. Still staring straight ahead, he asked another question of her. "Who raised you?" Confused and terrified, she answered that her mama had raised her. The man lifted his head and sighed, a heavy sigh. He then turned away and said, "Good answer. I had a mama who raised me too, and that's the only thing saving your life tonight." At this, he produced a cell phone and handed it to her. Before letting go, he said, "Call your husband, tell him to come get you, and do not call anyone else." She did as he instructed. The phone rang and rang multiple times. She was about to give up, terrified at what that might mean, when she heard her husband's sleepy voice answer the phone at last. She explained she had broken down on the road and he needed to come get her right away. He said it would be a bit because he'd need to collect his tools so he could check her car out when he got there. Her voice shaking, but trying not to upset the trucker, she managed to say, "I'm in a big truck with a man. I need you to come right now." Her husband began to question what she was talking about, as he was not understanding that she was in real danger. She reiterated to him that he needed to come now, that she could still see her car a ways back from where she was sitting in the semi-truck. The next several minutes passed by slowly and quietly, except for her own inner panic. The driver remained quiet, staring out the windshield. Suddenly, she could see a vehicle pulling up near her broke-down car in the distance. The driver saw it too and told her to get out and to go to her husband. She quickly opened the door, frantically trying to climb down from the truck, but falling down to the ground instead. She then began to run in the opposite direction toward her broke-down car and the safety of her husband's pickup. When she made it to her husband, she climbed in and demanded that he drive. The big truck ahead wasn't yet attempting to pull out. As they passed it, she didn't even want to look over and get a better look at the man or the truck. After they passed, the trucker pulled out behind them. She was soon relieved when she saw the familiar exit in sight, and he continued on past it as they took the exit instead. She tried telling her husband what had happened, but he was too concerned with scolding her for being foolish enough to enter a truck with a stranger. He half believed, or hoped, she was probably exaggerating and wasn't in any real danger. She began to feel like it was somehow her fault, and that no one would truly believe her. She never did report this to law enforcement, and only told a few trusted family members about it. To this day, I wonder if that man was a serial killer, and if he'd done this before, but others hadn't ended up as lucky as my sister. The Dead Zone of Florida. From Silver Bullet 54. Interstate 4 in Florida is a nice road most of the time, though at the same time something about it seems strange. People have trouble finding cell phone signal there. Things sometimes appear and disappear. Drivers suddenly meet someone they don't know who may offer them assistance. The following experience is from my best friend Grant. This happened one day in 2009. Since he had just gotten his license, he took a trip down to the south. As he was driving through Florida, several motorists warned him about the dead zone. That spot of I-4 is apparently host to a whole mess of issues that no one can explain. To him, it was nothing but fairy tales, overactive imaginations, and superstition. He'd heard about gravity hills, which he believed to be just optical illusions, and figured he was just being told these stories so they could scare a non-resident. For Grant, he had to experience it to believe it, and soon enough, he believed in the dead zone. As he traveled through this dead zone, his engine light kept flashing on and off, even though his car was in great shape. He also kept getting static on the radio, even though there should have been no interference at all. Eventually, he stopped to see if something was wrong. As he looked under the hood, a car stopped by, and a young woman who said her surname was Sana offered to help. He politely declined the offer, but she clearly wasn't happy about that. She began to glare at him before then speeding away. Before long, he saw another motorist, who stopped to see if he needed help. When the man stopped, Grant asked him, "By the way, did you see that woman driving the Camry?" The man looked back at him like he was crazy and said, "What are you talking about? I was just behind you, no one was ahead of us." As soon as Grant got back to his car, a big rig driver stopped and called out, "Need a lift, Grant?" His mind was so boggled at the moment that after accepting the ride and halfway through the trip, only then did he realize the trucker should not have known his name. This was the first time he'd been to Florida. He shook it off and just waited until they reached a service station. The trucker told Grant he could call a tow truck from there. Grant thanked him and asked if he needed anything. The trucker declined and politely waved before departing. Grant then asked a young man at the station about the trucker. The station worker said, "Guess you met Billy. He was such a nice guy. Just a shame he died 11 years back in an accident. In fact, it happened on I-4, at a place they call the Dead Zone. Have you heard of it? Apparently, he's been haunting the place ever since, offering folks help like he did in life." Grant replied that he never heard of it, even though he had. In the end, maybe all of this stuff was easily explained or a bunch of coincidences. Or maybe, just maybe, the spirits of I-4 are more alive than your usual ghosts. Either way, if you ever travel through Florida, avoid the dead zone if you can. An ice drive is better than a haunting encounter at any rate. The Black Dog, from the Wolfman. I've been sitting on this for a little while. I figured now is as good a time as any to get it in writing. As a warning, this will contain mentions of self-harm. I've only been driving trucks for around 2 years now, but I grew up around it here and there, and I love talking to the old-timers about how the industry was during the golden age of trucking. I got to hear the good, the bad, and as I got into it myself, the superstition. Everyone, no matter who they run for, where they drive, or how long they've been in it, they've seen their fair share of it. I've witnessed pile-ups in the winter, vehicle fires in the summer, and I've beaten the coroner to a wreck once or twice. It's just the nature of the job. The more you're on the road, the more likely you're going to come across some unpleasant things. This incident, or what I believe it to be at least, still gets to me on some of the longer nights. To set up some background, and I apologize if it gets a little long, I'll go into it from the beginning. I started driving trucks at the end of the virus. I'd been laid off after 5 years at a factory with no telling of when it would reopen. So I looked around and decided that if truckers worked through this, I'd have a job through just about anything. I went to a small school, got my CDL, and got in with the company. After about a year, my buddy expressed interest in driving, so I talked to him and we got him into a company too that would train him and put him on the road. For this story, I'll call him S. S was a few years older than myself. He was in the National Guard Reserve and was looking for some work between deployments. He'd been in for a few years, messed up his knee on a training op, and was now looking to switch his enlisted job. While all the paperwork was in red tape limbo, he wanted to drive. I ran a flatbed through the Northeast, and he ran a box for a supercarrier between Pennsylvania and out west. He even sent me pics of the world's largest truck stop off of Route 80 in Iowa. Rarely did we cross paths on the blacktop, but every once in a while, we ended up back in town for some off time. We'd meet up, have a few drinks, and swap stories. Now, we've watched scary movies, and we told folk tales in the past around campfires, but never got too much into it. One night, he sat back in his chair and said to me, "Hey, you ever seen the black dog?" Now, this made me about choke on my drink. Most of us, we've all heard different things about the black dog. Some say it brings death. Others say it just warns you beforehand. You're always tired, but if you're too tired and starting to ride the rumble strip too much, you may see the black dog. So I sat back and told him my story of it. The way I see it, first time is a warning. You're tired, you get off the road, and you get some sleep. Second time, it'll make you stop. You'll experience something that'll get you to pull over. Animals in the road, mechanical mishaps, random traffic stop by police or DOT. Something that'll get you stopped. If you continue going after that, and you get back between the highway lines, it gets a little foggy from there. No way to know for sure what happens exactly, because from what I've been told, your time is up. Some guys wreck and don't survive. Some are found dead in their rig in the following days. Heart attack or exhaust leaks, the works. I've personally seen it once. It was a foggy night on Route 84 through New York. Happened back in February. I was dead tired. Coffee, energy drinks, Marlboros, nothing was working. I took my eyes off the road for a second to fiddle with the radio, and when I looked up, I saw it. Through the fog, something skittered off the shoulder and into my lane. A shadow in itself. It paused to look directly at me. A black, wispy canine shape with hollow, yellowish eyes. I shot upright in my seat. With a flatbed, you can't slam on the brakes or your load will come up to visit you in the cab. And with trucks in general, you can't swerve much or you'll roll over. So I just gripped the wheel and braced for an impact. But it didn't come. I passed through where the figure was and kept on rolling, pulling off on the shoulder as soon as I could. When I got out, I went around to the front of my truck to look for damage, but there was none. No fur, no blood, nothing. She didn't have a scratch on her. I stood there slack-jawed for a few minutes before remembering the stories I'd heard, and after putting two and two together, I darn well knew what I thought I encountered. So I climbed back in the seat, pulled off at the next off-ramp, and caught some much-needed sleep. I ended up being late to my delivery, but hey, I'm still around. I shifted in my seat and took another drink. He chuckled and replied, "Well, I've seen it twice now, I think." I raised an eyebrow as he continued. "Yeah, last week. I was headed east towards Ohio, and I saw it once along the side of the road. Now, I was pretty far from my delivery, so I just kept going. About 2 hours later, I thought I saw it again, but it ended up being a deer that shot into the road as I went to pass it. I ended up hitting the darn thing. I pulled over to check, and thankfully it just busted some of the plastics." At this point in his story, I was a bit nervous, but obviously he was sitting across from me in my living room. I asked him, "Well, what happened?" I finished my run, and I ended up delivering. I got some rest and started again. We both kind of laughed it off. Such is the industry. We finished our drinks and chatted into the early morning before hitting the hay. A week or so after that, I got a call from S. He'd gotten into some argument with his dispatch over getting home in time for a wedding, so he ended up quitting the job. He seemed a little angry about it, but nothing serious. Over the next week or so, his luck just kept getting worse. His motor blew in his car. He had even more work problems, money problems, relationship problems, the works. 2 days into a vacation, I got another call from a different friend. They gave me the dire news that S had killed himself. He left a note, but none of us got the specifics. And while the army did their own investigation, I never heard from that either. It's been almost a year since, and I'll be the first to admit it may all be a real bad coincidence. But I'm dang scared to see that dog again. To everyone reading or listening, and to my fellow drivers, be safe. S, I miss you, brother. Behind the Mound, from Mirthra. When I was 19, I used to drive a semi with my dad as my team driver. We drove for a small company that often had us in the northeastern United States. My story takes place in a small town in Minnesota. At the time, I was only about 150 pounds and 5'6", not at all big compared to my fellow truckers. My dad and I had just dropped our trailer off at its destination. We then headed to a local little restaurant that had truck parking, while we waited for the phone call with the assignment of our next load. There was enough room for maybe 10 trucks there, so we backed into a spot that was between 2 other trucks. My dad headed into the restaurant to get us a table, while I let my dog out to use the restroom. My dog was just a small Shih Tzu, so she often rode with us, and she didn't take up much space and always slept on the top bunk with me. I put on my coat, then put her harness and coat on her and carried her out, sitting her down on the ground before closing the door. This place only had one kind of dim street lamp lighting up the whole parking lot, but I didn't mind. We'd been to the place numerous times and I was comfortable here. Maybe a little too comfortable. I had a routine I followed at this restaurant. I would walk her around behind the parked trucks, let her do her business, then finish walking around the front of the trucks, back to ours. I would pick her up and carry her back into the truck, take her stuff off, and join my dad inside for some coffee and a hot meal. As I placed her onto the ground, I noticed a dirt mound behind the trucks as a result of the plows clearing snows from the unpaved parking lot. This mound had a gap in it between our rig and the one beside us on the passenger side. I used the gap to walk my dog behind the trucks. She'd only peed here, so I continued to walk her around to the front side of the trucks. As we rounded the front side, she stopped to do her business again, then sniffed around as I used a bag to clean up after her. Once I tied it shut, I started to walk back to our truck. However, my dog stayed where she was. I tried coaxing her to follow me, but she wouldn't budge. I thought maybe her paws just had gotten too cold, so I picked her up and began to carry her. "Bitsy, what's gotten into you?" I asked, as she squirmed and grumbled in my arms. With her being so small, I was able to keep hold of her until we turned to go between the trucks. That's when she jumped out of my arms as we reached the door to our semi. Worried the fall might have hurt her, I quickly turned in her direction, only to see her now growling and showing her little teeth. I thought she was mad at me at first. I started to apologize for dropping her when I began to hear a scuffling sound. I spun around to face the noise, which was coming from the dirt mound. As I did, a large man rushed forward with something in his hand. Before I could identify the object, he struck me in the face with it just above my right eye, with so much force I was knocked to the ground. At that point, all I heard was my dog snarling and the man yelling. I tried to move, but the pain in my head caused my vision to go dark. The man had dropped what he was holding then. I later found out that it was a large rock. I then began to hear what must have been his pant leg ripping from my dog's bite. As I heard his footsteps run away, I forced myself to my feet and I grabbed my dog, getting us both into our truck as fast as I could. I looked around then. I didn't know where this man had gone, but I knew I had to tell my dad what happened. I searched for any sight of the man. Upon seeing no signs of him, I ran as fast as I could into the restaurant, found my dad, and immediately broke down crying, telling him what happened. My dad and the owner of the restaurant rushed outside, only to see the taillights of a semi kicking up dirt as he made a fast exit out of the parking lot. When the two of them came back in, the owner was on the phone with the police, and my dad sat beside me, hugging me until the cops showed up. The officers took pictures of my head, where a nice-sized lump had formed, accompanied by a cut. Once they wrote down my statement, they had me go outside and show them where the attack took place. They told me they believed it was another trucker that attacked me, and my dog was probably the only thing that saved me from whatever plans he'd had. Unfortunately, that restaurant didn't have security cameras in place at the time, but they later would install some covering the parking lot. Sadly, they never found my attacker, but my dog ate like a queen that night. It was the least I could do to repay her for saving my life. One rainy night, a lady in white. From the Goddess of the Void. My second cousin is a trucker that grew up in Grimesland, North Carolina. She and I were more like sisters rather than cousins. We're about the same age. She was a bit of a tomboy and I used to be prissy, but that's changed drastically as I follow the goth aesthetic these days. I was more open to the paranormal than she was, but she didn't seem to completely discredit it. I may have opened a few doors and portals in my lifetime by being reckless. One rainy night while driving through US 70 in Greensboro, North Carolina, her thoughts on the subject would change as drastically as my aesthetic. After this encounter took place, because it had shaken her up so badly, my cousin called and shared this story with me. She had been driving down the road with a cup of coffee to keep her company through the long drive. The road seemed empty that time of night. She loved long drives and didn't mind the rain, though at the time the gentle sound was making her tired. But suddenly, she was alert because she saw something. No, it was someone up ahead. It was a young lady in a lovely white evening dress standing on the side of the road. She was desperately trying to flag down her truck. She wondered why on earth a lady dressed like that would be dressed that way, out here all alone and in such stormy weather. She didn't have the heart to just keep on driving. Besides, the road was deserted this time of night. Who else would come to help? She pulled over and opened the door, motioning for the young lady to get in. The young woman climbed in and gave her her name. "My name's Lydia. I was just at a dance and now I'm just trying to get home." She told my cousin her address. My cousin, looking over the address, punched it into the GPS navigator. Apparently, it wasn't too far away. She tried to ask where the dance had been held and how she ended up stranded alongside the road. But the young woman stayed silent. Thinking her guest was just tired, my cousin offered the young lady her name and let her know she could rest her eyes if she needed to. After all that dancing probably wore her out, and it was late. Once again, the young woman did not respond. Soon they reached the destination, and my cousin turned around to grab the young lady a flashlight from the back of her truck. However, just as my cousin was going to turn around to let her out and give her the flashlight, wishing her a nice evening, the young lady was simply gone. She'd vanished. She had only turned her back for 5, maybe 8 seconds tops, yet the woman was nowhere to be found, and it took her longer than that just to get up into the truck. She felt a chill go down her spine and stayed on the side of the road for a moment to gather herself. She began to Google search the young woman named Lydia, who had apparently just vanished on US 70. The results she received took her beliefs in the paranormal to a new level. Apparently, Lydia is the name of a ghost hitchhiker in Greensboro, North Carolina. She had died in a car crash after a dance and still doesn't know that she's died. She haunts that roadside, forever flagging down drivers passing through, desperately trying to make her way back home through dark and stormy nights. I hit a ghost. From Anonymous. A couple of years back, I needed a change, so I decided to be a truck driver until I figured out what else I was going to do. I'd been driving for about 6 months. One night, I was on my way back home. Everything was going well. I was due to arrive half an hour early to my destination. The clock read 3 a.m. I had just brewed a fresh pot of coffee with my portable coffee maker to keep me awake. That early in the morning, there were no other cars on the road, which is something I enjoyed. Metallica was playing on the radio. I took a sip of the scalding hot coffee when I suddenly saw headlights about 500 yards ahead of me. I didn't really pay much mind to it until it was about 2 seconds away from passing me, because that's when the passing car suddenly shifted over into my lane, full speed. I hit the brakes as hard as I could. The second the car hit me, or should have hit me, everything went dark. My headlights, the lights on the dashboard, everything, even the engine stalled. The semi came to a long, grinding halt. I was surprised it didn't roll over. What was weird was that there was no sound when it happened. No loud bang, no sound of metal bending, just the screech of tires, specifically just my tires. When I came to a standstill, I jumped out of my truck, confused. Did I hit anything? I was sure that I hit something. The car was in my lane when everything went black. I looked around in the dark, but I didn't see anything out of place. No damage to my truck, nothing of the sort. I was really confused and worried. I walked around a bit. I told myself that the car must have missed me just barely somehow. So I got back in the truck. I tried to start it, but nothing happened. It was like the battery was completely shot. I took out my phone to call for roadside assistance, but even my phone was completely dead. I swear that battery was full. I had just checked my schedule not 15 minutes ago on it. I had no idea what was going on, so I thought I'd take a sip of coffee and wait for another car to drive by. I would try to get them to stop and ask for help. When I brought my coffee back up to my lips for another sip, expecting a scalding mouthful of freshly brewed coffee, it was ice cold. Like if you had taken it from the fridge after hours of it being in there. What in the world was going on? I sat there a minute, wondering what was happening. That's when I saw a light in my mirror. I jumped up out of the truck, waving my hands at the car. The vehicle slowed down. An elderly man rolled down his window and asked if I was okay. I said yeah, but my truck stalled and I couldn't get it to start. A woman sitting next to the man lended me her phone, and I called for roadside assistance. I thanked the elderly couple for the help, and I got back in my truck, forcing down the now cold coffee. Half an hour later, a small truck stopped in front of me. A young guy in his early 20s got out, greeting me and hooking my truck up with power cables. I started the semi, and I drove to my location. The next couple of days, I couldn't get what had happened out of my head. I didn't really believe in ghosts or the occult, but something weird absolutely happened that night. Over time, I would occasionally research that road, looking to see if it had any weird history. An article I found was about a 19-year-old girl that had been driving and was hit by a truck and killed. What really freaked me out, though, was that the accident that killed her happened around 3 a.m., exactly 5 years ago from the day my incident occurred. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I felt sick. Had I run into a ghost? I've never told anyone about this, fearing that they wouldn't believe me, but I know what I saw was real. Scariest trucker encounter. From Ashu. A couple of days ago, my uncle, who works as a trucker in the mountainous region of the Himalayas, told me about his recent experience that he couldn't make sense of. This is his story and his perspective. It was a long day. Work was over. I was making my way to the parking lot to park the semi. The place was barely a parking lot, really. It lacked lights in many parts of it. At night, it was very difficult to navigate that parking lot. At midnight, I parked my truck and called my mate to know if there was any space left to sleep in the building. He said, "Yeah, but it's the room you hate. You know, the one with the small bed. But it's the only one left. You coming?" I replied, "No thanks. Guess I'm sleeping in the truck tonight." I went back to my truck in the parking lot and settled in the driver's seat. I decided to sleep. Even though I was tired, for some reason I was unable to fall asleep. I'd never felt that kind of urge to stay awake at night before. It was odd, but I went with it. So I got out my phone, scrolling through some Instagram reels and watching some videos on YouTube. I did this for what must have been 3 hours. By then I checked my phone for the time, 2:48 a.m. My eyes were all watery and heavy from looking at my phone's screen in the dark too long. By then I was definitely beyond tired. I decided to just close my eyes, let sleep drift me away. After only a few minutes, I was startled by the heaviest thump I've ever heard in my life. It was powerful enough. I felt it deep inside my body like a bass drop in a song. It was so loud, yet somehow very silent, as if it was coming from very far away, still carrying that same thumping power. I tried to make sense of it. I came to the conclusion that maybe someone's stuff fell down while putting it in their truck. I know it sounds weird, but it was the only thing that made sense to me at the moment. The idea made me feel better so I could go to sleep again. Not even after like 30 seconds though, I was again startled by the same kind of thump. I shot straight up in my seat. It came again after that. Another, then another. It didn't take me more than a second to realize these thumps were actually footsteps from something huge, something bigger than I could imagine. It almost felt like I was hearing some dinosaur walk in front of me. Soon, the footsteps sounded like they belonged to something that was with me in the parking lot. Not long after that, I heard a truck's security alarm go off due to these footsteps. Then there was another alarm and another, perfectly synced with the steps. They drew closer and closer every second. I was looking out the windshield with my eyes peeled, but I still could not see anything. I dared to turn on my truck's headlights, and as soon as they came on, whatever was standing in front of my truck flew straight up. I swear I saw something enormous go straight up with lightning speed. All the dry leaves on the ground began to fly in every direction from an enormous gust of wind that this otherworldly creature created with its humongous wings. I could hear the gusty sound of the wings flapping even inside my truck. After like 10 seconds, it landed to the left of my truck. By that time, I was sure I was going to die. I grabbed my flashlight from the tiny locker I had in the dashboard of my truck. I shone it in the direction where I thought the creature was. By extreme luck, or unluck, the light from my flashlight happened to land on the face of it. Chills went down my spine as I looked at this demonic creature. Its eyes reflected bright red, its face was human-like, its fur was white as snow. Then it screeched and growled at the same time, creating the most god-awful sound I'd ever heard. It looked as if it was grinning at me. It showed extremely sharp and small teeth. It didn't have a nose. I felt it was taunting me. I shifted the flashlight to its wings. What I saw was sheer nightmare fuel. Its wings didn't have fur. They were bright red with every little vein visible. You could literally see every vein distinctively. Then I watched it walk away, again creating those heavy footsteps, causing every truck's security alarm to go off around it. Soon the footsteps became almost inaudible. As soon as they did, I started my truck and noped the heck out of there, driving over 50 miles per hour on those hilly roads. I tried to call my friend back, but my phone died, thanks to my super long Instagram binge. To this day, I feel that thing did not belong in this world. The aura that came from it was so dark, so negative. Perhaps God was by my side that day, so I'm here, telling you my experience. Room 1209. From J.R. I've been a truck driver since I was 21. I was planning on going to college, but my family had money issues, so I decided to find a job instead. My uncle was a truck driver, and he referred me to the job. To be honest, it was pretty hard at first. I had to take a test and take classes. It took at least 4 months for me to become a truck driver. As I became an official truck driver, I was working like crazy, going to small towns, cities, and small companies, dropping off partial pallets. As I became a semi-senior driver, I was offered a drive to Seattle. It was a pretty long drive because I lived in Minnesota, but I took the offer. The arriving schedule was 1 week. I had to be there with the products by then, so I had to make haste. I prepared everything and my employees helped me with the products. When everything was ready, I headed out to Seattle. It took me about 5 days to reach Seattle, but I was able to deliver the goods. As I was about to head back home, I was feeling pretty tired, so some of the employees recommended a small motel. When I reached the motel, most of the rooms were occupied, except for room 1201. I didn't care. I was just tired of driving for the day. The manager of the place told me about the rules and all that. All I remember was that every room that had a 9 on it was a maintenance room. I took my room key, went to my room, and knocked out. I woke up later around 1 a.m. because my AC was broken. I tried to fix it myself, but I couldn't, so I called up the main desk, but no one answered. I remembered what the manager told me, that every room with a 9 was a maintenance room, so I went outside of my room and looked down the hallway towards room 1209. The light was on in that room, so I thought the maintenance guy must be working. I called out, "Hello? Is there anybody in maintenance who can help me with the AC in my room? I think it's broken." No one replied, so I waited a little bit. Then a woman replied back to me. She walked halfway out of the room and said, "Hello, this is room 1209. I'm sorry, but I'm a little busy at the moment. I'll be there in a bit. Thanks." Then she walked back in. I replied, telling her, "Okay, thank you." I went back to my room but forgot to tell her my room number. So I went back outside and called out, "Oh yeah, it's room 1201. Once again, she went halfway out of the room and replied, "Hello, this is room 1209. I'm sorry, but I'm a little busy at the moment. I'll be there in a bit. Thanks." I was confused. She said the exact same thing. When I was about to call out to her again, she came back the same way and said, "Hello, this is room 1209. I'm sorry, but I'm a little busy at the moment. I'll be there in a bit. Thanks." I just stood there, wondering why she kept saying the same thing over and over again. So I waited for a couple more seconds. And it happened again. I was beginning to feel creeped out. I remember thinking, screw this. I grabbed all my things and got out of my room. I walked into the hallway and she replied the same thing again. I ran out of that motel as fast as I could. I got in my truck and drove away. 2 strange occurrences while trucking. From Lost They Are. I'm not a trucker, but my dad is. These are 2 of his experiences while at work, and I'll tell them from his point of view. One night I was fetching my truck from the yard I used to keep it in. It was around midnight. I stepped out to open the gate and I noticed 2 things. A strange, strong smell around me like rotting flesh, but way worse. and all the dogs within the neighborhood going absolutely bonkers. I don't scare easily, but just experiencing that rose the hairs on the back of my neck. The worst feeling of dread washed over me then. I threw the gate open, drove through, parked my car next to the truck, and quickly grabbed all my things. That feeling of pure terror got worse by the second. I locked up my car and climbed into the safety of my truck, and I hauled tail out of there, not caring to close the gate again. Later in the day, I called the lady who owned the yard. She lived on the property as well, and apologized for not locking her gate. She told me she had woke up when I pulled in and had also noticed the weird smell and all the barking. She said she totally understood. She also felt that same weird dread. To this day, I believe the devil himself had been out there that night. Quick note, for the next story, my dad didn't specify which direction he had been driving, so I'm sorry if there's any confusion. This took place in California. On another occasion, after I'd been driving all day, I decided to pull into a rest stop to get some much-needed sleep. The closest place to stop was the Wesley rest stop on the I-5. I pulled in, found a place to park, and started to get ready for bed. I always made sure to turn off my radio completely before bed. It's one of those older dial radios, which has to click in order to be completely off. Once I made sure everything was ready, I headed to the back and lay down. Just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I began to hear these voices coming through the radio. It sounded like two truckers talking about their day. That's strange, I thought. I just turned it off. I always made sure it was off, like I said, so I got up and went to double check. I made sure I heard the click, signaling that it was off again. I headed back to bed and I lay down. Once more, I was awakened by voices from the radio. Annoyed, I got up, thinking I might have left the window open. Maybe that's what I was hearing. I peeked out. No one there. Once again, it was my radio. I made it click again, and I shuffled off to bed. Before long, I heard it click on again. But this time, I didn't hear any voices. Just static. Fed up, I just yelled out, "Are you gonna let me sleep?" At this, I kid you not, the radio just shut off, and it didn't come back on for the rest of the night. The next morning, I asked the other truckers around there if they'd ever experienced anything similar, and it seems like they did. According to some, a while back a woman died in the rest area. No one really specified how she died. They say she still roams there, playing innocent pranks on truckers, usually turning on their radio or moving things around, but nothing harmful. If anyone wants to try to experience that, it's one of the Wesley rest stops in California on the I-5. The Open Road and the Wendigo. From The Goddess of the Void. The first time I went with my cousin on her big rig for a trip, it was to visit my boyfriend at the time. I don't exactly remember what area of the road it was on, but I know it was evening on a road surrounded by woods on the way to Greensboro. That night, I swear we encountered something straight out of the scary stories I listened to so often, and I can't help but feel it was my fault. I'll refer to my cousin as L for privacy reasons, and the story is from my perspective. It was autumn of 2015, if I recall correctly. This was some years ago, back when I was taking a break from college due to anxiety. Something bad that happened that I wish not to repeat here. My boyfriend, Chris, lived in Greensboro at the time. It was nearly fall break for him, but he had a job and he had little gas, so he couldn't pick me up. However, he said that if I could make it there, he could bring me back by the next weekend, so we would have a whole week together. My mom's vehicle wouldn't make the trip, and my dad had worked all week and needed some rest, My brother was in graduate school at the time, and he was all the way in Vegas or Greenville, North Carolina. So all seemed hopeless. I was just about to call Chris to let him know I couldn't make it when I heard a knock at the door. It was my second cousin, Elle, the sister I wished I had. She came in to visit the folks and myself, and we talked for a bit. When my parents asked her where she was headed, she answered with, "Greensboro. And after I deliver, I get to drop off my rig, get my car, and go back home for a week of vacation time." This was my chance. I asked, "Elle, would you mind taking me with you so I can see Chris, my boyfriend?" I looked at her with pleading eyes. My parents gave me a look, and I pointed the same puppy dog eyes at them. They sighed. Elle agreed. Dad stood up then, and he warned me. "Keep your seatbelt on, keep it on at all times, don't distract your cousin from driving, you could cause a massive wreck. I don't want to lose either of you. If Elle gets tired, tell her to pull over and rest. And also," I was used to my dad worrying. I had a chronic illness and I was his youngest. But Elle stopped him in his lecture. "Don't worry, she'll be well taken care of. I got plenty of coffee to keep me up, and some conversation will help me stay awake. Definitely not a distraction." My dad thought for a minute and nodded. He gave in, telling Elle to drive safe. She said she would. "All right, get your things. We're heading out," Elle told me. I nodded, and around 6 p.m., we were on the road. My cousin and I had been talking about our different scary or paranormal experiences. She reminded me about the ghost hitchhiker story and admitted when she vanished, she could have fainted right then and there if it wasn't for the adrenaline rush. Before long, we started to talk about other things. I ended up bringing up cryptids, wendigos, skinwalkers, and the like. She laughed it off, saying that's a bit of a stretch to believe in. "The day I see a wendigo or skin thing is the day I give you $100. Elle continued to laugh. I huffed, a bit annoyed, but I couldn't blame her. She'd been a skeptic prior to the lady in white incident. About an hour and a half into the drive, maybe a little less, we arrived in an area of the road that was surrounded by thick woods on all sides. A fog rolled in. I got lost in the intricate swirls of fog that almost seemed to come from the woods itself. Elle had gone completely silent then, before gripping the steering wheel tight and saying, "All right, Mel, I need to focus now. The fog's really thick." I told her I understood. I began to just listen to stories about Native American folklore creatures. Just as I was getting comfortable, my cousin screamed and cursed at the top of her lungs. I suddenly felt a jolt, and the cab shook violently, as did the back. My cousin didn't want to scare me, so when I unplugged my headphones to ask what happened, she said we had hit a pothole. Elle told me not to worry. Still, I couldn't help but feel unsettled for some reason. I rolled down the window, listening to the nightlife outside. It was a cool night and the breeze felt nice. I enjoyed hearing the owls and night creatures singing their songs. I only wish I could see them through the fog. A mile or two up the road, one of Elle's tires began losing air pressure. She cursed under her breath and pulled to the side of the road. "Mel, I gotta tell you, that wasn't a pothole a couple miles back. I think I ran over a buck. I think it was a buck. If it was in terrible shape. That's why I didn't want to tell you," Elle admitted with a guilty look. I understood where she was coming from. She knew I loved animals, but the way she said the condition of the creature was the reason she said nothing. That statement had some weight to it. She told me she was going to walk back, move the buck off the road so no one else had to hit it. She would then take pictures and file a report with her company. She'd be back as soon as possible. I took note of her taking a pistol from her luggage in the back seat, a Magnum. She left the keys so I could stay warm, but I loved the cool night air and the sound of the night creature's music. Elle had been gone for 40 minutes and I was getting worried. So I got out of the truck, taking the keys with me after shutting it off. I began to walk in the direction she'd gone. As soon as I got a good distance from the truck, nature's night sonata went quiet, making the night suddenly feel as cold and bitter as winter. Then I heard movement ahead of me. "Elle, is that you?" I called, thinking maybe she was dragging the deer into the woods. But I was only half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the truck, and the accident had happened 2 miles back. But then I heard her. "Mel, is that you?" Mel is a nickname Elle calls me. I felt relieved briefly as I cried out, "Yeah, it's me. Are you okay?" I asked, starting to run close to the trees where I thought my cousin may have gone, to the side of the road, trying to avoid cars on the road or something like that on the walk back. But as I drew closer, a scent like rotten meat, sulfur, and iron assaulted my olfactory senses and made my stomach go into a cosmic meltdown. The voice came again. "Mel, is that you?" My heart dropped right into my stomach when I heard the voice a bit closer to me. It didn't sound quite like Elle anymore. It sounded more like a recording of Elle's voice, repeating what I had just said. I felt chills go down my spine. What had been relief turned into primal fear in an instant, especially when it used Elle's voice angrily towards me. But it was more guttural, malevolent. "Mel, get over here, right now. I know it's you." The thing pretending to be my cousin spoke again. That awful smell I smelled before was much closer, much more potent. Then something moved in the woods right in front of me. I could make out pale skin, a deer skull, antlers, huge antlers, and that creature had to be standing 9 feet tall or more. I saw 2 glowing red eyes approaching me from the woods. I tried to backpedal even more, but I ended up tripping and falling on my backside. As it came into view, I saw sharp teeth, sickening skin, a malnourished body, long arms, and dagger-like claws. The smell was unbearable now. I gagged. The shape towered before me, and it began to make a sound like a laugh in a deep and throaty voice. It was like it was taking pleasure in seasoning its prey with fear and hopelessness. At that moment, I did the only thing I could think to do. Scream. I screamed so loud it echoed through the night. I then heard something else echo. A gunshot. It was Elle. The creature flinched and screeched. At the same time, Elle ran to me. The thing's cries echoed into the night instead of my own. Then it growled before limping back into the woods. Elle picked me up, and we both ran to the truck. However, the tire had to be changed. While I held the gun and guarded her back, she changed it. Once she was done, Elle and I ran into the rig without a second thought, speeding the rest of the way towards Chris's place. When my boyfriend Chris asked why I was so late, well, sugar honey iced tea, this man wasn't religious, nor did he believe in the paranormal or the supernatural, much less cryptids. So I decided to lie. My cousin Elle caught on and went along with the story. I told him we'd hit a deer on the way up, and also took a few wrong turns. But luckily I got us on the right track with my GPS, and thus we arrived safely. I don't think Chris really bought it, but he looked at my disheveled appearance and my cousin's similar look and decided not to pry further. He was just happy to hear that we both made it safe and sound. I gave Elle a hug before she went off to deliver her load, and afterwards headed home for her vacation. I told her to be safe, and she gave me a pat on the back. "Don't worry, I'm the scariest thing out there," Elle joked. She slipped a $100 bill into my hand and winked, then turned away, shouting a warning to Chris. "You break her heart, I'll break your bones." I giggled and Chris actually laughed. She waved goodbye from the truck and wished us good night. If only it could have been a good night, I was so exhausted. I had nightmares about that creature, and I just knew it was me talking about stories of wendigos non-stop in the truck that caused it to appear. Legends do say that when you speak of such things, it draws them to you. Maybe I've opened a few too many doors and portals by being reckless. Had my cousin Elle not been there, I probably would have died, eaten by something that looked an awful lot like a wendigo. Death Day on the Highway. From Anonymous. I've been a trucker for a long time. It's not exactly a glamorous job, but it keeps the lights on and puts food on the table. Now, I've seen some pretty messed up things in my years of long-haul trucking. Everything from the cops taking down prostitution rings to drug-addicted amputees trying to claw their way into the back of my trailer. But nothing was more disturbing than the warm summer night in 2006 when I was hauling medical supplies across the I-40. I had just crossed the border from Oklahoma to Arkansas. It was around 2 a.m. I was coming up on a truck stop in about 20 miles. It wasn't the first time I'd spent the night at this truck stop, and it wouldn't be the last, as this was a route I would use often. I was on the road going maybe 60 on an empty freeway. I was cutting it pretty close on time, but I was confident that I'd be able to reach my destination as scheduled. I was tired, really tired, the result of meeting up with a trucker buddy of mine at a diner. He and I had one too many, and the result was sleeping through my alarm. I'd glanced in my mirror as I did periodically. I had to do a double take. For a split second, I could have swore I saw a deer burst through the tree line. While this isn't exactly an abnormal occurrence, what made it odd was that the deer had quite the impressive rack from the glimpse I saw. But it was June. Any bucks should have shed their antlers for the time being. I was about to brush it off as a late bloomer, or even just my eyes playing tricks on me. But I was jarred from my thoughts when I heard a loud metallic thunk from my trailer. My initial thought was that something came loose, so I'd have to check that at the truck stop. I took another glance at the mirror just in case I'd hit a branch or something along those lines, when the most disturbing sight I'd ever seen stared back at me through the mirror. It's going to sound bizarre, but hanging on the side of my trailer was this hideous deer man thing. Its arms were unnaturally long and ended in fingers that dug straight through the steel trailer. Its head resembled a deer skull, but with massive canine-like teeth. The creature let out a bone-chilling scream that resonated in my skull. I couldn't see below the creature's waist, as the rest of it was obscured by the massive antlers adorned on the thing's skull. You always hear about fight or flight, but when something like this is staring you down, and it's the physical embodiment of dread, you tend to just freeze up as your mind attempts to comprehend what you're looking at. I was torn from my frozen state as I almost ran my truck right off the road from staring in the mirror too long. I didn't know what to do. What do you do when a monster is climbing on the side of your truck? I didn't have any weapons. I couldn't just scrape it off. The guardrail prevented me from it. My thoughts were interrupted by another clang. I glanced in my mirror again to see the thing climbing my trailer like it was a ladder, aluminum steel breaking beneath its fingers like molten plastic. As it approached, I could make out more and more off-putting details. Clawed fingers, matted, decaying fur, glowing yellow eyes floating inside dark sockets. I suddenly had an idea. You see, truckers are trained to never slam the brakes in case there's someone behind you can't see. But this nightmarish thing was 10 feet from pulling me right out my window, so I was kind of out of options. I sped up, pedal to the metal, and watched as the speedometer hit 70. I heard it screech outside, just before I slammed the emergency brakes. I watched the creature fly about 50 feet out in front as the truck began to skid along, but I quickly released the brake and floored it again, this time aiming for the creature. Somehow, the thing was not killed by the impact. It didn't even seem scathed, as it shambled onto what appeared to be cloven hooves and stared at me. That impact was loud enough to let me know I was going to need some serious repairs. Its arms reached over the hood, mangled fingers reaching for me. Seconds before it cracked my windshield, I saw its body get sucked beneath the truck, where it cried pained cries. There was a series of sickening crackling sounds as it was crushed. I didn't stop to see if it was dead. I hightailed it out of there instead, before it could have the chance to get up. I can't say that I saw the creature again. I never saw it as I passed back through that area of highway. Of course, I never went on that section of road again during the night. Heck, I went out of my way to avoid doing so, pulling all-nighters just so I could drive by that section in the day. To me, it was worth it. I never told anyone about the incident. I just told the company it was a bear. They didn't seem to question my explanation beyond that. If I'd said what actually happened, I'd be tossed in the loony bin for sure. For the longest time, I didn't tell that story to a single soul. Not until my grandniece asked me about the scariest thing I ever saw on the road. Heck, she's the reason I'm posting this now. I hope my story can help others. Normally, there's some kind of message or moral at the end, but if I had to give some advice, I'd just say to be careful. This world wasn't always ours, and whatever's out there won't give it up without a fight. The Shadow of Vidalia. From Blitzed Moogle. I'm currently doing solo over-the-road trucking. I've been doing this for 3 years now, but this happened a month after I got my CDL, while paying it off working for CRST. And yes, I know, CRST is not the best company, but they helped me get my foot in the door. I was doing team expedited driving with my mentor, Finisher, at the time. As a night driver, it's a lot easier for me, as there's obviously less traffic on the interstates. But this night in particular, I was heading off the back roads in Georgia, going to Vidalia to the shipper to pick up some suitcases to take to Los Angeles, California. If you know anything about the back roads of Georgia, it's definitely eerie. Every 2 or so hours, you reach a small town with only one stoplight. And then there's another 2 hours of deserted, tight roads with forest all around. I was only 3 hours into my drive. Funny enough, I was listening to scary podcasts. Beyond that, it was just the droning of the wheels as I sipped my full-throttle energy drink. My headlights were the only source of light, which, working for a company, and the fact my truck was a beat-up 2016 Freightliner with 500,000 miles on it, these lights sucked. I might as well have had a candle lighting the way. As the drive went on, all of a sudden, a light fog began to come in. I mean like a cartoony fog that you see in graveyards like the old Scooby-Doo shows. Like someone turned on a fog machine and kept it low to the ground and it stayed there. I was expecting something terrifying to suddenly dart across the road. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Not even a few minutes after the fog rolled in, I came across an open field on my right side. During that brief opening was definitely one of the weirdest moments I've experienced. In that field, there were 3 small, dilapidated-looking houses, each one story, all log cabin-like houses, which you would expect to see in the Old West. 2 of the houses were pitch black and completely empty-looking, but the farthest one on the right, as if someone was literally expecting to see me, like clockwork, it had a dim orange light source coming from the open door. In the doorway, I could make out a huge, obese human figure standing there. And I mean they weren't moving even a bit, but I could still sense that the figure was watching every bit of movement as my truck passed by. The best way I could describe the shape is for those who might have played Red Dead Redemption 2. If you did that mission with the pig farmer couple, you'll know this figure was as huge as the brother from that game. Luckily, it only happened for a moment, and just as fast as it came, The fog and everything else went away. Nothing else happened, thankfully. No spike strips, nothing running my rig off the road, no cliché like my truck stalling and me having to turn the ignition a few times to get it started. I came out just fine and made my delivery on time. And that's pretty much it. All I can say is if you're driving the desolate roads of Georgia at night, keep your eyes open, because you may come across a glitch in time, and folks from a different time may be watching you. Followed by a trucker twice. From Cricket Girl 20. When I was about 5 years old, my mom, Mary, my brother Michael, and my sister Rosa and I, along with our dog Bandit, were coming back from Lake Thunderbird in Norman, Oklahoma. It was about 9 o'clock at night on a Saturday. I remember I kept looking behind us at this semi that was only a few feet away from us, obviously riding too close. My mom asked, "Taylor, are you okay?" I remember replying, "Mama, the semi-truck has been behind us since we left the lake." My mother, deciding to test it, pulled off the highway and the semi continued to follow. She got back on the highway immediately and kept driving until she saw a cop making a traffic stop. The semi followed the whole way. By then, my sister and I were crying, while Bandit was comforting us. My mom pulled up next to the cop, and the semi did as well. My mom told the cop what was happening, and the semi driver got out, apologizing. He said, "Oh, I thought you were someone else." So maybe we were scared basically for nothing. Unless he was lying. I mean, who did he think we were? And what was he going to do to that other person? A few years down the road, when I was 17, I was with my godfather Scotty on our way back from visiting his uncle in Ada, Oklahoma. It was 10:30 at night. Scotty had been glancing behind us for a while. Suddenly he said, "That semi back there has been behind us for about 3 miles. He sped up and got in front of another semi. This continued for a couple more miles. We decided to stop at a hotel to get some sleep. I made sure to call my mom, and she said, "Okay, make sure you guys lock the door." After we hung up, I went to the ice machine. I saw the same semi in the parking lot. The trucker came up to me, and he began to ask me questions, which made me uncomfortable. The next thing I knew, Scotty came up behind me, wrapping his arm around me. The trucker, looking disappointed, walked away. He basically ran back to his truck and sped off down the road. After we got home the next day, I thanked Scotty so many times. We never saw that trucker again. My life as a trucker. From Brandon K. My name is Brandon, but everybody just calls me Big Country. It's a name I got from one of my battle buddies in the Army. I'll start by saying that I love to listen to scary stories while I'm driving my rig up and down the road. Now, there are some things I've seen and heard while working as a big wrecker operator, a livestock hauler, and an over-the-road carbon hauler. I come from a family of truckers, so I knew when I grew up I was going to be a big rig driver. And over the years, I've driven in Iraq while serving the United States Army, and when I got out, I just began driving a truck as a civilian. I've driven across most of the United States and up into Ontario and Montreal, Quebec, Canada as well. I've seen the border of Mexico, but never been across it. One of my first jobs when I got out of the military was a big wrecker and rollback driver. There are 3 things that happened to me that I remember the most about that job. The first one was when I had to tow a car up to a guy's house at a place called Sewall Mountain. I got the car up to his house and unloaded it. Afterwards, I was driving back to the shop to park the truck. When I started to drive back down the mountain, it was between 2 and 3 a.m. I began to get sleepy as I came into a straight stretch, and I could barely keep my eyes open. As I came to the end of the straight stretch, a woman in a white flowing dress walked right out in front of my truck. I barely had time to touch the brakes when I saw her. Needless to say, I stomped on the brakes as hard as I could and when the truck finally came to a stop, I jumped out scared to death that I'd just run over and killed someone. But when I looked under and around the truck, there was no damage to it. No blood, no woman. I walked around for a few minutes, trying to process what happened, but I had no explanation. So I just climbed back up into my truck and I finished the drive home. After that, I didn't get sleepy again for the rest of the night. For the next couple of weeks, that image just kept replaying itself in my mind, over and over again. But after a while, I just chalked it up to me being sleepy, my eyes and my mind playing tricks on me. When I told a friend of mine that lives in the area about what I experienced that night, his face went pale and he looked surprised. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me that years earlier, a woman had been murdered on that mountain, and her body had been found just past the woodline at the end of the straight stretch. I couldn't believe it. He told me others have claimed to see the woman as well. Now, to this day, I refuse to drive down that mountain at night anymore. The second story I remember is a wreck where someone was killed. It was actually the only wreck I worked which involved a fatality. We got a call one morning. There was a wreck on I-64 on the westbound side. A tractor-trailer had rolled over onto a car. Immediately, we jumped in our trucks and raced to the accident. When we got there, however, we saw there was a car underneath an 18-wheeler, but the truck was still upright. After we got there, we learned that the truck was coming up the hill on the westbound side and the car was coming down the hill on the eastbound side. That's when the driver of the car suddenly lost control. They drove across the median and up and under the truck. It was a hot summer morning, already almost 80 degrees. When the car hit that truck, it did so with such force that it shoved the steer axle back so far that the truck's radiator and the front of the engine were literally cooking the guy in the car. If you've ever smelled that scent of a human burning, I can tell you from experience it's something you never forget, no matter how hard you try. Once we got the car out from under the truck, the paramedics got busy getting the body out of the car. One of the police officers on the scene was a friend of mine. He told me the guy had a heart attack, and that's what led to the accident. Either way, he didn't have to feel much. Once the paramedics got him out of his car, some guys from another wrecker company in Virginia tried to argue with us, saying that since the accident hadn't happened in West Virginia, they were supposed to take the car. We gladly gave it to them and asked if they wanted the truck too. Unfortunately, we had to take it back to our shop. For the next few days while the truck was there at our shop, we could smell that guy. We were so happy when the company the truck belonged to sent another wrecker to pick it up and haul it away. My last big wrecker story is a perfect example of how little trained and inexperienced a lot of drivers are that are on the road today. We got a call one night that a truck and trailer had turned over on a westbound exit, just a few miles from the shop. I was the first one to the accident. When I got there, I was trying to figure out exactly what had happened. You see, the trailer was laid over on its side, but the truck was still setting upright. I walked up to the truck and knocked on the door. The driver stuck his head out of the window, and I asked him how he managed to unhook the truck from the trailer before it turned over. He said he unhooked his trailer when he pulled off the exit because he had to get diesel fuel. I looked at him and said, "And you unhooked your trailer why?" To which he responded, "I didn't think the trailer would fit under the pumps." I explained to him that his truck was the same height of his trailer, and if his trailer wouldn't fit, his truck wouldn't fit either. I also asked him if he did have to unhook his trailer, then why didn't he just unhook it on the diesel lot? He said he didn't know. I know what you're all thinking, and no, he actually wasn't driving for Swift. Not so sure he wasn't a graduate of Swift University though. Anyway, when he unhooked his trailer, he did it on a shell bank, and he was hauling those big rolls of paper from the paper mill. And when the shell lifted, the load shifted, causing the trailer to turn over. I won't say the name of the company he drove for, but when I asked him how long he'd been with them, he told me he was still on his 90-day probation period. I looked at him and said, "Well, you were just fired." He looked nervous and offended, asking how I knew that, and I told him, Trust me, when we get back to our shop and you call your company telling them what you did, they're going to fire you on the spot." After loading a roll of paper onto the rollback, we gave him a ride to the shop so he could call his company. My boss and I were sitting in the shop where we park our big wreckers, just talking, when he came walking out of the office about 15 minutes later. He had a look of defeat on his face. I asked him what did they say. I already knew the answer and he just confirmed it when he told me that they fired him. I looked at him and said, "I told you what was going to happen." I just walked away shaking my head. For almost 8 years, I hauled livestock, turkeys to be exact. Once, I hauled a load of turkeys down to Memphis, Tennessee, to put them on a plane so they could be flown overseas. After I got the turkeys off the truck and onto the platform to be loaded onto the plane, I started to head back towards home. I never parked my rig in Memphis because of the risk of being shot or mugged. Instead, I would always drive about 30 miles up the road to a dirt lot I usually parked at. After I got parked, I began my paperwork. We were still using paper logs because we hadn't started using. At the time, we were still using paper logs. We hadn't yet started using electronic logs. Anyway, as I was sitting there doing my paperwork, I started to hear a dog barking. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but then the barking got louder and closer. Soon the barking sounded like it was right outside of my door. So, aggravated, I looked up to find this dog. Only there was no dog. The barking was coming from a man standing right outside my window. After seeing this, I said out loud, "Oh heck no, not tonight." With that, I released the brakes, put the truck in gear, and drove another hour up the road to a well-lit truck stop with plenty of trucks. On another occasion, after delivering to a farm in North Carolina, I drove to a truck stop that I usually spent my 10-hour break at. After my break, I did my pre-trip and started to drive home. I had just made it out of the truck stop parking lot when my seatbelt light lit up and the warning light started to ding. I had my seatbelt on and already knew it was the wiring in the seatbelt that needed to be fixed, so I pulled my truck over onto the shoulder to fix the wiring issue. I had my passenger side window down a few inches so I could throw the little pieces of plastic out the window. As I was finishing up fixing the wiring problem, I started to clean up the tools I was using. That's when I began to feel the truck swaying from side to side. Now, this usually happens when the wind blows. It will make the truck sway sometimes, so I didn't really think anything about it. But when I went to get back into the driver's seat, I looked over towards the window, and some guy had his arm in the window holding a knife, shouting, "Give me your money." Now, this was about 10 p.m. There was nobody there but him and me, and instead of getting scared, I got really teed off. I said, "Dude, are you serious right now? What kind of moron are you?" He shouted again, "Give me your money." I looked at him. "Oh, I'll give you something all right." I reached up, grabbing my 1911 9mm. Once he saw my pistol, he went from a drugged-out robber to an Olympic runner. I didn't bother to call the police because even though my dome lights were on, I still didn't get a good look at his face. But I still didn't waste any time getting out of there. Another time, when I had to go down to Tennessee and pick up a trailer, I stopped for the night at a hotel I'd stayed at before. The other times I'd stayed at this hotel, I didn't have any issues, but that night was different. This hotel room was haunted. That's the only explanation I could come up with anyway. The whole night I kept hearing something tapping on the bathtub, moving the shower curtains about. I know most people would have left or gotten another room, but I'm not afraid of the paranormal. In fact, aside from being a trucker, in my free time I like to do some paranormal investigation. I started listening and asking questions. I would ask a question and there would be a thump or a click coming from the bathroom. I found it interesting for a while, but I finally got tired and told whatever or whoever it was good night, that I was going to sleep. At about 6:30, I heard a loud pounding at my door. When I got up and looked, there was no one there, so I simply assumed it was whatever it was telling me that it was time for me to leave. So I got dressed and packed up my stuff. Then I headed down the road to pick up my trailer. While I was hauling livestock, I developed what I can only describe as my trucker nightmares. I don't sleep real good being a trucker, but when I do sleep, I usually have nightmares about trucking. In these nightmares, I'll be driving down the road when, out of nowhere, a bunch of cars will appear just stopped in the road. And as I suddenly hit the brakes to keep from hitting them, I wake up. I've had these nightmares more times than I care to remember, and it's always the same scenario, but usually with different locations. Whether I'm in my rig or at home asleep, I have these nightmares, and usually I wake up sweating, even scared sometimes, until I realize it was just a dream. Once when I was team driving, I was asleep and began to have the nightmare. In my dream, I saw the cars, and right as I went to slam on the brakes, my co-driver, who was driving at the time, really did slam on the brakes. I woke up almost screaming, holding my chest, because I really thought I was going to have a heart attack. I told my Uncle Conrad, who used to be an over-the-road trucker, as well as a few other old-school over-the-road truckers, about my nightmares, and they all told me the same thing. Once you do this job long enough, you'll always have nightmares about it from time to time. I believe it goes along with the things I see out here and some of the things I have to deal with. I've just come to accept it as being part of the job now, and I try not to worry about it. I gave up hauling livestock about 8 months ago, and I started hauling for a different company, hauling carbon to Tennessee. The money's better, but I'm on the road a little more. Still, I'm happy with it. Driving has always been my dream, but 4 months ago it was almost taken away from me. I ended up having a heart attack, or the doctor said it may have been a heart attack. They never really gave me a complete answer. While doing tests on my heart and doing CAT scans, they also discovered that I'd had an aneurysm on one of my lungs. They said they believe it's from the military when I was in Iraq, but after a couple of months of tests and a lot of waiting, I finally got medically cleared to return to driving. I haven't really seen a lot of weird stuff while driving for the company I'm with now, but I'm sure I'll see something sooner rather than later. That's all I have for now. Thank you to all my fellow truckers out there for all you do to keep this country moving. Stay safe out there. Another trucker, another drive. From Tim R4. I'm a trucker who's been all over the 48 contiguous states, and from my experience, if the people don't get you, the wilderness will. Around my 3rd year of driving, I was in Pennsylvania, in Duncannon. I had just passed a truck stop where I should have gone to use the bathroom, but I told myself I could hold it and make it to the next one. Not long after that thought, my body proved me wrong. I had to go ahead and stop the truck on the shoulder. I stepped out of the truck. It was nighttime, so not much traffic at all. I think it was sometime early in the morning. As I was doing my business, I swear I saw glowing eyes in the tall grass, which was about chest high. I froze for a quick second. I assumed it was a deer, so I finished up what I was doing. The whole time those eyes never moved, never blinked. Still trying not to let it faze me, I got back in the truck. I never did take my eyes off of this assumed deer. I put my seatbelt back on, then I released the brake. But the moment I did, those eyes in the grass got taller. It doubled in height, towering over the chest-high grass. I immediately thought, that's no deer. In fact, that's something way above in the food chain. I panicked, trying to take off a little too fast, and I ended up stalling the truck. Whatever it was, it just stayed in the grass, always staring and never looking away from me. I managed to make it away okay. These days, I still drive past that spot. I don't really have a choice otherwise. However, I definitely make sure to stop at the truck stop before it, if nature calls. I don't want to know what I saw. From OTR Trucker. I'm a trucker traveling from state to state to deliver whatever my dispatch tells me to deliver. One day I had just arrived at the truck stop that I'd be spending the night at, in Southern Virginia next to a highway. As I settled into my bunk, I had an uneasy feeling, but I just chalked it up to my surroundings being somewhat remote. I'm used to being in the city, not out here. At about 3 in the morning, I could hear tapping on my door and window, and someone was calling my name faintly. It sounded as if it was coming from across the highway behind my truck. My dog was sitting in the driver's seat, looking at whatever was touching the door. He barked once, then just started whining. I told him to go back to sleep, but he kept on whining. I peeked through the privacy curtains. That's when I saw it. This deathly pale figure next to my truck. Its long arms were raised towards my door, still tapping away at it. Then it raised its disfigured head, and what I saw still haunts my dreams. 2 bright white eyes with no pupils, and a huge grin with teeth as yellow as the logo of the truck stop. It opened its mouth, and I heard my name coming from its gaping maw. I felt my entire body grow cold in an instant. Quickly, I shut the curtain and rolled over in my bunk. There's a button back there that allows me to lock the doors, so I pressed it numerous times just to be sure the doors were locked, so that thing didn't come in and do God knows what. I tried to will myself back to sleep, but hours went by with me listening to that thing calling out my name. It didn't stop until sunrise, when the fuel pumps nearby became more busy. Now, I believe in the supernatural, but I never thought I'd encounter such a creature. Some cryptids are real. We're just living in their world. Creepy Semi-Truck Stalker from Devon 992. I was traveling from one state to another. I drive a small compact car. The highway I was driving on at the time had a speed limit of 80 miles per hour. I had already been driving for 10 hours by then. I was pretty tired, and I needed some gas. Still, everything was going smoothly until I saw this semi-truck. It was going way faster than the speed limit. It had to have been going at least 100. I was minding my own business, and for some reason out of nowhere, the person driving the truck seemed agitated and began to drive aggressively. Now, let me make this clear. In no way, shape, or form did I egg this person on. I never tried to intimidate them. I did absolutely nothing to enrage this person, so I simply changed lanes, legally and safely. But what I didn't know is that this trucker started to follow me. This person would change lanes behind me every chance they got, always staying behind me. I tried to speed up, but they would just speed up too. This person was being dangerous at this point. I just kept thinking I never did anything to them. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just kept on driving. My anxiety peaked. All of this was scary and unnecessary. This trucker followed me for about an hour and a half, just being a creep. I guess he had nothing else to do. I pulled off an exit and went to a gas station. This gas station had a dirt lot in the back. I drove through there thinking it would connect to the front. I was wrong though. There was a set of cones blocking me, but I was able to just barely squeeze through them. I stopped and looked out my rearview mirror, hoping I'd lost them. In horror, the same truck that had been following me was now driving through the back of the gas station to find me. What was this guy's deal, I wondered? He began to approach the cones, and I was getting more and more freaked out. I ran to the front of the store, quickly going inside. I tried to gather myself there and calm down. Then I called the police. Unfortunately, I never got a license plate. I regret that now. Instead, I described to the police what the truck looked like, which wasn't any help at all. To my knowledge, I thought that would be it, but no. When I felt safe again, I drove to the next town over. The truck was there too, as if they were waiting on me. I couldn't believe what was happening. I tried calling the police again, telling them the situation. They told me to meet them at the local police station, so I did just that, and they were nice enough to escort me to the next city over. I was scared the whole time. They couldn't find the creepy dirtbag that was stalking me. To this very day, I never did figure out why they stalked me. I mean, I don't drive a race car if they were wanting to race. I'm a young guy but not too attractive, so I'm not sure what he had against me. Maybe he gave up because he found something better to do. Maybe not. Maybe something in his personal life sent him off the deep end, and I just happened to be there when he decided to take it out on a stranger. I will always remember this as the scariest encounter in my life, and until you're stalked, you'll never understand just how scary it truly is. Ghostly Rider. From Trucker 73. I'm an over-the-road trucker. I've been doing this for almost 7 years now. It isn't unusual for me to pick up on spiritual activity, as most of the houses I grew up in were haunted. I had many things happen throughout my life in a spiritual manner. When I was about 4, I saw a demon standing at the foot of my bed. And as I said, most of our homes were haunted, so I was well attuned to spiritual interactions. June of 2020, however, proved to be a difficult month for me. I ended up with a ghost rider on my truck. A ghost girl wearing an older white nightgown, with long black hair and a pale face. What took me most were the eyes, because she didn't have any. Only black sockets, if you can envision that. I didn't mind the company, honestly, as it gets lonely out there. But had I known the reason for her visit, perhaps I could have better prepared myself. The girl stayed with me for 4 days. The day she left, I received the call to return to my home state, as my mother had declined, and fast. I picked up my wife and headed for Ohio. My mother lasted 4 days before she passed, which happened to be the same amount of time as my ghost rider's visit. That is one spirit I hope I never see again, but should she ever return, at least now I will have an idea of what is to come. Those 3 in the truck. From Anonymous. At the time of writing this happened about a year ago, last winter. I was 16 years old and too stubborn for my own good. It was a Friday night, and I'd been bugging my mother the entire week for McDonald's. Normally I'm repulsed by the idea of it, but I had a craving for an apple pie, and I made a reasonable argument she couldn't refuse. Now, before I get into this exact moment of trouble, understand that I'm the oldest of 4. Meaning, when we go somewhere, I have to keep them from wandering off and sometimes waiting in the car when my mother has her daily dose of wine on the weekends. Unfortunately for me, I'd have to wait in the car with them after we got to McDonald's, so my mother could get her wine. We parked in the lot of a Smart and Final. I glared at my mother and urged her to hurry because my patience was wearing thin. My 2 siblings had been arguing with each other over who had the better toy. Not even 5 seconds after that, a large, rusty, pale white truck pulled in. Its headlights turned against the dark wall behind us. Even though we faced opposite directions, I could make out 3 figures inside the truck. They appeared to be 2 dirty old men and a dirty woman who seemed to be facing in my direction. In fact, I soon noticed they were all facing my direction, and the driver was even smiling at me. Now, I am a very polite person, and I've always been taught to never judge people based on how they look. But these folks did not seem the friendly type, and honestly, the driver was giving me goosebumps. That creepy smile. Seeing this was absolutely weird in its entirety. I didn't feel safe, and I let my mother know right away. With a sigh, she asked if we wanted to come inside with her. I nodded. Then I began to reach for the door handle, and as I did, something caught my eye. The driver of that truck reached over for his door too. I stopped, and so did he. In fact, all 3 of them did. I looked at my mother. "Mom, did you just see that?" She nodded. "Don't worry, I'm sure they're just getting out too." I looked at the 3 in the truck again. They all smiled creepily at the same time. I was so creeped out and uncomfortable that I felt like I was going to throw up. "Mom, we need to go. Please." I looked over to my siblings who were completely silent at this point. They looked just as scared as I was. Okay, give me a second." My mother began typing away at her phone, clearly ignoring the situation. "Mom, please, they're scaring me. Just look over at them, okay?" The second my mother's eyes flew off from her screen, she looked over in their direction. She held the door handle and repeated my actions from earlier. Again, they did the same thing. She nodded and said it was time to go. Just as she threw her car in reverse, they got out of their truck and began to walk towards our car. We were slowly pulling away, and I could see a woman pull into the same lot. Those three from the truck approached her then, and all I could do was watch. I kept repeating the same thing to my mother, that we left that poor lady. I felt like we had left that lady to whatever fate was almost ours. We left her to whatever they wanted to do to us. Who knows what would have happened if we had stayed and my mother left us alone in that car. Driving through the darkness, a trucker's tale. From the Tear Man. I had not yet hit the 9-hour daily limit on my driving, but my eyes were beginning to feel heavy, and few things are as dangerous on the road as a tired trucker behind the wheel of a 10-ton machine. A pinprick of light on the horizon grew steadily closer in the darkness, my truck rumbling down the carriageway. The light grew closer, and it soon became clear it was a service station at the side of the carriageway, open 24 hours for anyone like me who would find themselves driving through the darkness, in need of a pit stop. I pulled in, surprised by the amount of activity around the service station at this late hour. Most of the folks milling about were long-haul drivers, heavy-set men in high-visibility jackets, sipping from paper cups and eating fried food from the on-site deli. I went inside and joined the queue for food, wanting a snack before settling in for the night. I got chatting with the lady behind the counter, a friendly older woman who seemed to make easy conversation with every customer. "First time at this service station," I said, as she scooped fries into a cardboard dish. "Staying the night?" she asked. "Yeah, parked around the back of the place." She stopped scooping fries into my dish, and the warm smile fell from her face. "Just make sure you park under the yard lights. Don't wander out into the dark out here," she said gravely. "Strange things happen around here at night." I nodded politely, but couldn't help thinking she may have inhaled too many fumes from the machines in her kitchen. I sat at a booth in the corner, eating my food and staring out the window. The light of the service station forecourt seemed to be swallowed up by the blackness beyond. The only hint of life beyond here was the occasional solitary headlight passing down the carriageway. I suddenly felt strangely claustrophobic and trapped, as if the darkness would swallow the place up. I had trouble finishing my food, so I went outside the service station. I had a few brief chats with some fellow drivers I'd crossed paths with on my travels before grabbing my toiletries from the cabin. I crossed the forecourt to the bathroom. I couldn't help but look at the edge where the darkness and light met, where the artificial glow of the lights ended and darkness began. Once I was finished in the bathroom, as I made my way back to my parked truck, movement along the back of the forecourt caught my eye. I froze for a moment, waiting for something to creep out of the dark. But nothing came. I shook myself and climbed into the cabin, pulling the curtains closed and lying down in the sleeper at the back. I'm lucky that I have a larger cabin than most, with a comfortable amount of space to sleep, so I easily drifted off. I can't be sure how long I'd been sleeping when the bang woke me. I jolted up, unsure if I had dreamt the noise. But then came another bang somewhere along the side of my cabin. I threw open the curtains and looked down. Something scuttled just out of my line of sight. I pulled my jeans back on and climbed out of the cabin. The night air was cool on my torso, and my skin prickled and goosebumped against it. There was nothing along the edge of the cabin. In fact, as I looked about the forecourt, most of the activity from earlier had gone. The curtains in all but a few cabins were drawn, and the only person I could see was a solitary figure standing outside the service station, a cigarette balanced on his lip as he scrolled through his phone. I walked over to him. I'm sure I looked odd wearing only jeans. "Did you, see anyone at the side of that cabin over there?" I asked. He shook his head. Or did you maybe hear some banging a few moments ago? A wry smile spread across his face. He adjusted himself, took the cigarette from his lip, and flicked the ash. Think you might have just run in with the ghost around here. Clearly, the look on my face must have communicated my confusion, as he began to elaborate. Ghost is one word people use for it. Some say poltergeist or skinwalker. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to have a run-in. It seems to linger around here and mess with truckers staying the night, breaking into the loads, slashing tires, scratching the paintwork. Heck, one guy I know swears the thing grabbed him and slashed up the skin on his legs real good. The man nodded in the direction of my parked truck. Always seems to happen round there, where the lights don't quite cover the parked trucks. I turned to look at my vehicle. Light illuminated one side, but the other, where the bangs came from, lay in darkness. I'm not sure I believe it myself, the man continued, but I don't intend to find out. He pointed in the direction of his truck, parked directly under the light. I didn't know what to say, so I nodded and headed back to my truck. As I climbed in, I looked back to the man to give him a wave, but he was gone. Sleep didn't come easily this time, so I turned on my radio for some company. Just as a country singer was warbling on about having a broken heart, the radio hissed and fizzed. Then a voice, mangled and garbled, came through the speakers. Take your machines and leave. As quickly as it had faded out, the music snapped back to whiny steel guitars. I sat up when a massive bang struck the side of my cabin. My mouth went dry. My shaking hands managed to pull the curtain aside. The truck beside me had its cabin door open, the driver climbing down the steps. He'd made it to the concrete, then looked up at me, mouthing, "What was that bang?" When suddenly he was pulled from my view. I heard screaming and threw open the cabin door. The guy was on his stomach, nails digging into the concrete as he was dragged along the ground. Instinctively, I ran over to him. As I reached out my hand to grab him, I froze. Just above him, I saw two glaring red eyes looming out of the dark, staring back at me. They belonged to an abomination, covered in matted, thick fur. It dropped the man and backed off a little, hunched and crouching as it snarled and bared white shards of teeth. A huge paw swatted down at my outstretched hand. I managed to pull it back in time, feeling the cool wind of the night blow past me. The creature snarled once more, before lurching backward and disappearing into the dark. Those red eyes faded into the gloom. I helped the man to his feet and hoisted him inside the service station. The lady behind the counter got him a cup of tea and looked him over for injuries. He had a few scratches over his hand and stomach, but the worst thing seemed to be the shock. After he had had some time to settle, he was able to speak again. I don't know what happened," he said shakily. "I heard a big bang and got out of my cabin. Next I knew, I felt huge hands gripping my ankles, dragging me into the dark." He turned to me. The lady and I shared a look, but neither of us said anything. The rest of the night passed without incident. I kept my eyes fixed on that space where the light met the dark, both hoping and fearing that those eyes would appear again, but nothing ever came. I was thankful when I finally came across this podcast, and I discovered that there are a multitude of others who have experienced these strange and unexplained events. Sometimes I wonder, was it just some prank the other drivers cooked up? But then I remember those eyes, filled with malevolence. This all happened 4 years ago now, and I have not passed through that service station since. If I ever do, I'll be sure to park in the light. Warning. The following story contains depictions of harm against animals. A Bigfoot attacked my truck. From Danny Joe. This story was told to me by my grandfather, who was a semi-driver for 20 years, and my dad validated it. I'm gonna tell it like he told it to me, from his point of view. It was 1987, early fall on a Montana highway. I was transporting live pigs from one farm to another. Late into the night, around 11 p.m., I decided to stop and get some shut-eye, so I found a small runoff on the road. After walking around my semi and trailer to make sure everything was locked down and secure, I got back up in the cab and finally went to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I was awakened by the harsh squealing of the pigs. I jumped up, startled, and hopped out of the truck to check on what was going on. When I got around to the back of the trailer, I saw some blood on the ground and a bit of flesh. I was very uneasy because I didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, I heard something behind me. It sounded like an incredibly low-toned growl. This made my skin crawl, so I began to make my way back to the front. As I got to the front, I got back in the truck and decided to go ahead and leave. There was no way I was going to be able to go back to sleep after that. I drove for about 2 more hours before coming to a truck stop. The sun was finally making its way up, so I would finally be able to get a good look at what happened with the trailer to see what was going on. Looking at the trailer then, I noticed one of the pigs was dead from what looked to be a huge cut, causing way too much blood loss. Instantly, I was concerned about what was trying to get into the trailer. Another driver came over, asking what happened. I replied, "I've got no idea. What do you make of it?" The guy looked over the whole thing, then got really close to the trailer and started to grab something. "What are you doing?" I asked. He looked up and showed me what he found. "Well, what do you make of this?" he said, lifting his hand, holding a large, dark form. It looked like a black claw. Goosebumps popped up over my whole body, and I didn't know what to say or think at the moment. He gave me the claw and told me to stay on the road. Apparently, he had heard stories of truckers going missing on the same stretch of road I'd come from. I went ahead and filled up on fuel, then made my way to the drop-off. As I got to my destination, which was a small farm, I backed up the load to the barn doors and went to talk to the farmer. He greeted me outside the barn doors with a confused look. He spoke up and asked, "What happened? You were supposed to be here an hour ago." I was hesitant to tell him why, but I went ahead. "You see, something happened on the road when I stopped for some rest. The back end of the trailer." I paused for a moment, and he spoke up. "Well, what is it?" "Well, something tried to get into the trailer, and it killed one of the pigs." The farmer looked very confused, asking what road it was. I told him, Country Road 31 East for about 85 miles. All of a sudden, he had this look of fear come over him. I got a little curious and asked what the problem was. He finally spoke again, wondering if I heard or saw anything else. I replied with, "Well, now that you mention it, I did hear this growl. Sounded big, like from a bear or something." He did not seem okay with that answer. "Well, friend, we haven't had bears in the area you drove for over 60 years. Now I was confused. He went on. "There's a story, a legend really, that over a 200-mile radius there are 1 or 2 Sasquatch, and they use the area for hunting grounds." I chuckled a bit, but he looked at me like I was an idiot. He recommended I take my next load over the main highway to avoid another run-in. Thankfully, my next load was goats from his farm to another about 400 miles the other direction. The farmer loaded up the goats and I was on my way again, thinking about the old farmer's story and his warning to stay away from that country road. I scoffed and thought to myself he was just joking with me. I went ahead and stopped at the truck stop before the country road and had a late lunch. Might as well have been dinner. By the time I was done eating, it was getting dark. Not really thinking about it, I got back in the semi and started my way to my next stop. As I passed the sign saying I was starting on the country road, a feeling of dread came over me. But I kept on going. About 75 miles down the country road, my truck blew a tire. I had to pull to the side of the road to check out how bad it was. As an owner-operator, I was able to do most things needed when it came to my rig. I saw that the tire wasn't actually blown, it just had a nail in it. This was much better than a blowout. I went back to the cab and I started to look for my plug kit so I could fix the tire to get me back on the road. It was getting dark quick and colder, and my plugs were too cold to use, so I had to put them on the dash to warm them up first before using them. As I waited, I heard the goats bleating and making some noise, so I reached under my seat for my pistol from when I was in the army. Nothing special, just a .45 caliber 1911 standard issue for servicemen. I got out of the truck and made my way to the rear, only to see the rear entrance had now been opened. In fact, one of the goats was halfway out, its throat torn out. I went into panic mode then, starting to look around, because it looked to me like I interrupted something trying to pull out that goat. At that moment, I heard the same growl again, but it was closer. It was so dark, I grabbed my flashlight, pointing it towards the sound. All I could see was a silhouette and yellow eyes. These eyes were almost 7.5 feet off the ground, though. I started to back up, and as I did, that silhouette stepped forward a bit, more into the light. And I tell you, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. There it was, standing on 2 legs, what I could only call a Bigfoot, with blood dripping out of its mouth. I pulled my gun, pointing it at the creature. But then it stopped, like it knew what I was holding. It began to growl and snarl louder at me. I wanted to shoot, but I was horrified. Even with my gun drawn, I was walking backward. Then I had another thought. If I could make it to the cab of the semi-truck, I had a Polaroid camera, and I could take a picture. So I lowered my gun and walked even faster backwards. As I made it to the door, I heard the goats going crazy again. I opened the door, reaching for the camera. Then I started to make my way back to the rear of the trailer. I stopped right before I got to the door, hearing the growling again in front of me. I pointed my flashlight with one hand, the camera with the other, and I snapped a photo. In an instant, I turned around and ran back to the cab of the truck, got in, and just drove away. I laid the photo down on the other seat and drove. I didn't care about the tire anymore or the goats in the back. I was in flight mode, wanting to get to a safe place. I drove for over 2 hours straight before seeing lights from a gas station. I pulled in and slammed on the brakes. As I jumped out, the gas station attendant came out to me, asking what the rush was about. My face said it all, pure terror. He brought me inside and told me he'd have one of his mechanics fix the tire, which was now mostly torn up and on the rim. As I sat down inside, I noticed I'd grabbed the photo off the seat. I looked at it. At first, my eyes were dry and I didn't see anything. The attendant walked up behind me and said, "Creepy, where'd you take that at?" I looked at him in confusion, then wiped my face down with a wet washcloth. I looked again. I saw what he saw. 2 big yellow glowing eyes. Almost looked like they were floating there in the dark. I called my next stop and told them my truck had broke down and I wasn't able to make their delivery on time. He was a bit mad, but sent another driver to pick up the load. After I got off the phone with him, I walked on over to the shop. At that point, I just wanted to get home to my family. I'd been driving for a while. Once there, the mechanic told me he put on a new tire, reminding me to take it easy next time. But when I looked at him, he just stopped talking and gave me the keys, apologizing. After about 18 hours behind the wheel, I finally made it home. I was greeted by my son and wife. I couldn't have felt happier to be farther away from that place. My son, as always, got in the truck to get my stuff and grabbed the photo too. He looked at it and was immediately creeped out. He asked where I took the picture, but I told him I'd tell him later. That's it for my grandpa's story. My dad told me that my grandpa would tell him the whole story when he was on his deathbed, only because he figured if he was dying, then whatever he encountered should be dead by then too. I've never thought things like werewolves or Bigfoot were real, but my dad has never lied to me. He even showed me the picture. That photo was over 30 years old, and I could still make out the yellow eyes in it. It sent chills up my spine. I now know something like that is out there, and I never want to encounter it. Funny little things at work. From Masai Riot. My previous job was a ton of fun at first, but after a few years it was far from fun, with salary raises, company influence, and lack of work draining the whole work experience. There was a weird thing that happened during night shift when it was just me and Jeffrey, a former colleague of mine. We both agree to this day that it was something we shouldn't let out into the world, but that's a promise I'm breaking now. Jeffrey and I had the night shift from 4 in the afternoon until 1 at night, which I actually really loved, since I'm a night brewer, as we say in Holland. The day went by for the most part normally, and Jeffrey even got his dongle, a device that lets you watch things on a PC, so we could watch the soccer match of the World Championships that year. There were no higher-ups during the night shifts, and I know that even though it's not legally allowed, we were okay with it. With 25-meter beams of steel, where we had to mill a lot of steel off of, sometimes up to 45 minutes, we had a lot of free time to check the match. As the match just finished, there was a truck coming with a few hauls that the company really needed for a few orders that needed to get out the next week. Jeffrey and I saw the lights going into the big flat area where we store our rails, the same ones used for railroads. Jeffrey said, "There shouldn't be a truck coming this late." I answered him, "Well, they haven't told me anything about it either, but I do know we need some rails for the upcoming orders." We looked at each other, but it was clear that we both didn't trust the whole situation. Jeffrey put a crowbar in his huge work pants, and I grabbed a big box cutter. We walked over to the truck. I was starting to trust the whole situation less and less. Jeffrey then spoke. "Heads up." The driver of the truck stuck his head out and started to say something neither me nor Jeffrey understood, which made the two of us look at each other with weird faces. The moment I turned to the driver again, I saw a see-through pale face with a grin right next to the driver, and it startled me. "Yo, dude, you okay?" Jeffrey asked me, and after I collected myself, I just said, Yeah, man, I'm okay." I then noticed Jeffrey had gripped the crowbar that was still in his work pants, but now the driver was talking English, so we finally understood him, even with his bad grasp of the English language. Jeffrey began to unload the truck with the forklift. I put a rail of 20 meters into the holders of the milling machine, locking it and starting the milling sequence. As I was holding my bathroom visit for over an hour, I really needed to go, so I went ahead to the bathroom. The driver was here as well, taking a leak, and so when I saw him in the bathroom, he began to make conversation. "Hello, I have thing for boss of company," the driver said, and after our bathroom visit, I walked with him to the truck. When we got there, he opened the door. The moment he did, Jeffrey honked the horn of the forklift, which startled me, causing Jeffrey to burst into laughter. And through the laughter, he could just get out the words, "Oh man, that was good." "Yeah, okay, you got me. Just unload everything, okay?" I told him. The driver then handed me a box, and I looked at the driver weirdly. It was a shape more like a hexagon than a normal box. I walked to my boss's office. It was then that I noticed that the corridor to the boss's office seemed way darker than normal. At that moment, it was around 11 p.m. I quickly put down the hexagon box on my boss's table, but something didn't feel right to me, so I glanced back into the boss's office. And man, I wish I didn't. when I did, I saw the same face in the office that had been behind the driver before. I took a step back and frantically started blinking my eyes. When I stopped blinking, I didn't see that face anymore. I then slowly walked towards the cafeteria, which was only a few steps from the office, but I was a bit scared now, and I'd never been scared at this company before. Then I heard something fall in the office. Reluctantly, I started to walk back. I could still hear the noise of the forklift in the distance, so I knew it couldn't have been Jeffrey or the driver, because it was just me on this side of the building. I took a few steps inside. That's when I heard a voice. Someone said, "Make me." That voice could not have been clearer. Terrified, I continued through the office. I looked around, not finding anything that would have caused that noise. But after a moment, I heard something else. Laughter. I looked all over rapidly again, and this time, I saw the face once more, over the hexagon box. The face looked to me with a serious expression. I kept staring at it, and it stared back at me, unblinking. Suddenly, Jeffrey tapped me on the shoulder, saying, "Hey man, you okay?" Surprised, I answered him, "Let's call it a night, all right?" Jeffrey looked at me with a weird look, but then he seemed to understand. "Sure, let's call it a day." Jeffrey and I walked back to the machines, turning them all off. The entire time I felt that someone was watching me, and at one point I looked at the screen of the CPU linked to the milling machine. When the screen went black, I saw the face in the reflection. This really startled me. Jeffrey was running over towards me, but before he could even say anything, a loud thud boomed from the other part of the work floor. Jeffrey and I checked the surroundings of the work floor, but we couldn't find a thing, not until we saw in the far back. A huge 28-meter beam had fallen from the crane. "How did that happen?" I asked Jeffrey. But then he replied, "Him," and he pointed. I followed his finger, finding that familiar face, but this time I could also see a bit of the body of the figure. The face's expression became that of an eerie smile. Seeing this made my stomach turn. Jeffrey dragged me to the dressing room of the company, repeatedly shouting, "We gotta go, we gotta go!" As we ran, after finally getting our work clothes off, we ran towards our cars, and I looked up to the office of our boss, seeing that face again. This time I could see the top part of its body. I put the pedal to the metal when I was in my car, and I made it to the nearby Mickey D's to calm down. I ordered some food to relax. I then noticed my hand was shaking on the steering wheel. I gathered myself, then enjoyed my late-night Mickey D's. The following day, I was free from work, but since I'd left my phone charger there, I had to drive to the company to get it. When I parked my car, I saw the figure again in that window. I dreaded going back in the building, but I told myself I could do it. I went back inside, grabbed my charger, and when I looked back up, I saw a yellow eye almost right in my face. I think I passed out then. When I woke up, no one was around me, and I started to think of what this could be that caused me to faint. Later on, I would learn that my boss sold that hexagon thing. I never did learn what it was. And luckily now I don't work there anymore. I do occasionally drive by, and every so often I swear I can see that face staring back at me. Still, I have no idea who or what it is, but I always saw it coming from my boss's office. I now work somewhere different, and I can only hope that my friends that still work there have been left alone by that thing. Mr. Watcher, from Delta Quadrant 33. My story begins driving down a long straight road. I'm not going to specify where for privacy, but I will say it was in the American Midwest. I was nearing where I was supposed to settle for the night. It was a rest stop for rig drivers and such. I knew I could park there to get some sleep in the cabin of my truck. I was still a few miles out when I came across a car. It was in the middle of the lane, and it had all of its doors open, including the trunk. Now, the sun was setting. It wasn't too dark to see, but as I neared the vehicle, I could tell there was nobody in it. It was a real small car, a Mini Cooper, but it was a new year and looked clean. Pulling over, I got out to take a better look. As I thought before, nobody was inside. I could still see quite well into the desert surrounding the road. I took a big look around. I didn't see anyone, so who the heck left their car out here? I debated calling the cops, but decided not to, seeing as whoever the driver was must have been close by. I was getting back into my pickup when I first laid eyes on it. It looked like a scarecrow. Sort of. It was real tall, stocky. It had on a round hat with a big brim, and it hung as still as stone, just looking in my direction from maybe 200 yards off the road. From where I was, I could only see the silhouette, but still it made me feel off. I doubted the area I was in ever used to be farmland, so why was a scarecrow out here? I turned my engine back on and picked up out of there. Something to note, when I tried making out the scarecrow in my rearview mirror as I pulled away, it almost seemed closer to the road than it was before. Thinking it was just because of my mirror, I went down the road, not paying attention to it anymore. So I rolled into the rest stop around 10 o'clock. I parked my truck in the lot. There weren't many other vehicles there, only one other car, some real old trashy-looking sedan. And then there were 2 big rigs. Seeing as it was still open, I went into the diner, sitting down at the counter. It was a pretty nice place, considering it was in the middle of nowhere. I think I ordered soup and a sandwich, or something like that. I was the only one in the place, and the waitress was making conversation with me. Eventually, I mentioned the car I saw a few miles previous that had its hazard lights on. She seemed indifferent at first. Then I brought up the scarecrow, and she stiffened up. She focused, now looking me dead in the eye. A scarecrow, yeah? She talked quieter than she did before. What'd it look like? Pretty normal, big old farmer hat, I replied. She just sorta looked at me after that. Finally, she spoke again. Was it looking at you? I thought for a moment, remembering how the scarecrow was oriented towards me from where I saw it. I mean, yeah, I guess. She looked at me solemnly, before handing me my food and vanishing into the kitchen. I won't lie, I was pretty freaked out by that. I thought about it while I ate. It's not like a scarecrow could have been watching me after all. They're inanimate. But the more I thought, the more scared I got. From where I saw it the first time, it was maybe an easy 25 degrees off axis with the road. But when I saw it next, in my truck's mirror, it was still facing directly towards me. So it must have been almost 45 degrees at that point. It seemed impossible. And I couldn't help but think about the abandoned car, too. It was just unsettling. So I had a little trouble getting to sleep that night. It wasn't noisy or anything, in fact, no other vehicles rolled in at all. Eventually, I managed to drift off, sleeping okay for the most part. I got up around 8 in the morning. After doing my minimal morning routine, I decided to head into the same diner to grab some breakfast. There were more people there than there was before, probably 5 or 6 other customers. When I walked in, it was like a pariah, though. Everyone went quiet, stopping their eating and their conversations to look at me. It was weird as heck, looking around the room and seeing everyone stare back at you. Slowly, I took a seat at the counter. I was 4 stools away from the closest guy, but as soon as I sat down, he grabbed his paper and headed out the door, leaving his partially eaten food on the table. A different waitress from last night came up to me, just staring with her notepad in hand. I asked for scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee, but she didn't say anything. Rather, she just eyed me weird. I did get my food a little while later, and it tasted fine. So I finished up in that awfully quiet diner, leaving a pretty generous tip for the girl considering the service. When I headed out the door, though, I freaked. Directly in front of me, but way back on the other side of the big road, was the scarecrow. In the daylight, I could make it out well. It was really tall, maybe around 6 or 7 feet. It was made of hay and draped in a black and gray shirt and dark pants. Its hat was real strange. It was nice looking, yeah, obviously expensive, but vintage too, made out of premium leather. I knew it was the same scarecrow from before because of how big the hat was. I just stared in awe. How the heck did it get there? So I was pretty much done at that rest stop, and the scarecrow wasn't making me want to stick around any longer. Still eyeing it, I hopped in my truck. To my relief, the engine turned over fine, and I pulled out of the place. Getting back onto the road, I came probably within 20 feet of the scarecrow. I looked at it, and it just sort of sat there, unsuspectingly. Down the road I went, but guess what I saw 5 minutes later? Another scarecrow. I took a double take out my window when I saw it coming up, but sure as heck it was really there. I pulled over, getting out of my truck. Where I was, all that was around was desert, yet that scarecrow stood right in the middle of it, a few yards from the road. I looked at it. It was the exact same one as the one I saw before, with that textured old leather hat, dark clothes, and the same awful height, same thin body. I know what you're thinking. Maybe someone used to own a farm around here. Maybe they used a few of the same looking scarecrows. But it wasn't like that. From the orientation of the hat and its pose, I knew it was the exact same one. It was simply too perfect. I approached the thing, trying to rationally sort out what was going on. Its eyes I could see well. They were these thick black buttons, like 3 inches in diameter. Looking at it, though, I began to think how silly it was to be afraid of a scarecrow. It's not like it could do anything to me, right? I walked up to it. Kind of childlike, I took off its hat, revealing a pointy straw head. I laughed, again cursing myself for being childish. The hat itself was really nice, actually. It had that feeling of vintage leather. I played with it a bit. On the underside, it had a little logo etched into it. It read, Mr. Watcher. Not any brand I'd ever heard of before. Being satisfied with my dissection of the scarecrow, I went to slap its hat back on. Only I couldn't. Because it was gone. The scarecrow that was just in front of me a minute ago was now missing. What the heck? I said aloud. I looked around. My truck was still there, everything seemed normal, yeah. So where the heck did the scarecrow go? Its hat was still in my hands. After that, I decided I'd had enough. I packed it back in my truck, dropping the hat in the seat next to me. I didn't bother trying to explain to myself what happened. I just wanted to leave. About 10 minutes of 70 miles per hour later, I was feeling okay again. Until it rolled into view, another scarecrow on the same side of the road. Only this time it wasn't wearing the hat. I drove past it, barely looking at it, and accelerating a little more. I could have sworn it turned its head to look at me. A minute later, I saw another. I kept going. Another and another, always in the same position, the same clothes, all without a hat. I just kept driving, sweating and freaking out. The next one I passed, I watched in the rear view as I sped by. I saw its reflection slowly get more distant until finally, just when it was almost out of view, it started to run.
I swear to you, I saw its legs turn, and I watched it sprint back into the desert. Faster than a man or animal could, for that matter. At this point, I must have been nearing the top speed of my truck. Every minute or so, I saw the same darned scarecrow out of my window. I probably saw it 50 times until I thought I heard it scream. When I pulled past it, I swear it yelled. It sounded inhuman. Its voice stretched and unnatural, like its vocal cords really were made out of straw. Without thinking, I rolled down my window, tossing the leathery old hat out. Then I prayed, all the while pushing it well over the speed limit. To my surprise, though, I didn't see it anymore. I began to slow down a little. Another 10 minutes went by and I didn't see another scarecrow. I never saw it again after that. It just stopped appearing. To this day, I still have no clue how the heck it kept up with me. If I had to guess, it probably did something to the driver of that Mini Cooper, though. And I'll be honest, I really don't want to know what. I'm done with long desert roads. If you ever see any cars without drivers in the middle of a barren stretch of desert, I reckon you avoid them, or you might run into Mr. Watcher.
Hunted by a Werewolf. From Eli A. I've never felt like I was enough. It's the same story you've probably heard from so many others before me. When I was presented with what I wanted to do with my life versus what I should probably do with my life, I decided to go the route of joining the rat race because it meant food on the table and the slim chance of having enough income to fund what I really wanted to do. Too bad there's absolutely no sculpting work in Cheyenne, Colorado, which is where I'm from. Being enrolled at the Laramie Community College with an accounting major certainly isn't something that's filling the missing part of myself that seems to keep growing every day. Neither is being stuck driving for Uber to pay for it all. Knowing that money could go towards materials, a promoter, or fees to have my work featured at expos over in Denver, but is instead going towards tuition, books, and whatever new software program my professors make us buy, which are only ever used for one semester and never touched again, it kills me inside. Especially if it means dealing with all the nonsense I face every day at work. Whether it's rude customers, unprompted 1-star ratings, or people leaving garbage in my car. I question why I decided to make driving strangers my means for getting through college in the first place. For every pleasant conversation or good joke, I get about 30 of the aforementioned instances and then some. One night, no matter how much Z-Quil I took, it was impossible for me to sleep. I guess I once again threw myself into another one of my existential spirals, where I began to ask myself over and over if I would ever be where I wanted to be in life. I know we've all had those moments, but mine seem to get uglier and uglier the older I get. For those of you who don't know, when you drive for Uber, you're given the option of participating in a promotion each week. For instance, if you make 50 trips, you're given $200, or if you drive 70 trips, you make $300, and so on. That night, as I lay awake in bed, knowing I was only a good 5 trips away from making an extra $350, I figured I could get up, get those rides in, and maybe even take a few days off. Lord knows waking up at 4 a.m. every morning makes you appreciate those on a level you never had before. With that, I grabbed my keys and headed out to work. Fast forward 3.5 hours later. I was in the middle of taking my last customer of the night to his mountainside cabin, having picked him up from Denver. On one hand, I hated these trips because they always took you far out and away from literally everywhere else. On the other hand, they were always a guaranteed hefty fare. Plus, usually there was a darn good tip. If only I had half the dough these cabin owners had. Plus, they were great for turning your brain off and enjoying the drive, since you wouldn't be on the busy city streets. But tonight, that meant another existential crisis in the form of picturing everyone from high school being in better places than me, actually having moved on and out of Cheyenne. Thank God the trip was almost over, so I could try and blast some music to drown out my thoughts. I dropped off my customer, who generously gave me a $30 cash tip. Upon receiving it, I had to promise myself not to blow half of it on lotto tickets again. I said goodnight and put in the directions back home. That Z-Quil may have kicked in later than it should have, and it may have been 3 in the morning, but at least I made my promotion, and I had a tank's worth of gas money in my pocket. I looked out the window at the full moon, then below at the city lights in the distance, and at the miles of woods that surrounded me. I thought to myself, if I had to be stuck in some backwoods town with a 4-digit population, at least it's one as gorgeous as this. Driving down a mountain when your eyelids feel like they're 100 pounds each, it's a position you don't want to find yourself in, unless you want to unintentionally give in to that urge to jump when you're standing on the edge of a cliff. But a roll of the window is always just the trick for me. I look down for literally 1 second to find the window switch, and crash. I screamed from the sudden noise and the simultaneous thud. I saw a large mass roll away from the front of my car at immeasurable speed, stopping in the middle of the road. I took a second to collect myself. At that moment, I thanked my lucky stars that I had full coverage on my car. After taking a second to breathe, I came to the realization that whatever I hit was probably dead, judging from its lack of movement. Figuring leaving a dead deer in the middle of a downward mountain road could mean life or death for a different driver, I got out of the car to drag it off the road. After briefly analyzing the damage to my bumper and hood, I turned to move the deer to the side of the road. At about 30 feet away, I thought to myself, good thing I'm moving this guy. I can barely see it from here. As I walked, I took notice of something. This deer looked to have black fur. Nothing unheard of, I thought. Nothing I'd ever personally seen before, but surely it wasn't an impossibility. At 20 feet away, I began to understand that this was not a deer. This animal was absolutely massive. Judging it from that distance, all splayed out on the ground as it was, it could easily clock in at 7 or 8 feet in length. Is it a grizzly bear? I wondered to myself. A really dark-furred grizzly bear. That had to be what I hit. I've never once heard of a grizzly bear encounter in Colorado. 10 feet away, I could see scraggly fur and pointed ears. This wasn't a bear either. So what the heck did I hit? Then I saw it move. I stopped. This creature got up as if from waking up from a long nap, showing no physical evidence of getting hit by a 2,000-pound vehicle at 30 miles an hour. It stood up on its hind legs and faced me. I know I'm not crazy. The full moon was out on a cloudless night. This was not a case of me seeing things. What stared me down was 8 feet tall, with blood-red eyes and teeth and claws that would put a grizzly bear's to shame. My heart felt as if it stopped. We both just stood there, frozen in time. Then it hit me. There's no way in the world I was looking at what I thought I was looking at. If what I was thinking was true, I began to wonder how we were treating these things as mere legends all this time. I refused to believe that what I was looking at was actually there. But that didn't change the fact that it was. There were so many unnatural things about this creature. From standing on paws like a wolf, but wielding arms like a man. But above all else, the beast looked so demonic. The crazed look in its beady eyes and the way it snarled, with a twisted face, an expression of such malice, it just made it seem like something someone would only see in hell itself. I instinctively uttered, Jesus Christ. The beast instinctively blinked. I foolishly wondered if, perhaps like with demonic possession, the uttering of Jesus' name would be enough to ward off the creature. Just above a whisper, I say, Jesus, again. I had visualized what would happen so easily. It would grimace, shake its head, then just run off into the woods. But I was dead wrong. Instead, I swear that thing smiled at me. The most hideous and deranged smile I've ever seen or ever will see, as if it was amused by the name. Slowly, I took a step back, keeping eye contact. I'd recalled this from my time spent at summer camp when I was a kid. Keep eye contact and don't break into a run and panic. The creature mirrored my actions, taking a step towards me. I took 2 steps back. It took 2 steps forward. Then I got an idea. I took a step to the side and 2 steps back, but the creature just took 2 steps forward, drool dripping from its fangs. Then I gathered the courage and took 1 step forward. and the creature didn't move. Then I turned and sprinted to the car, hearing massive footsteps sprinting behind me. What happened next only took maybe 3 seconds to transpire, but it felt as if an eternity passed. As I was 20 feet away from the car, its steps were loud and powerful. I could feel the earth shaking beneath its feet. At 10 feet away, the power in its step was cut in half, but its speed had tripled as I heard it drop from 2 legs to 4. 5 feet away, I stick my arm out to close the car door, which thank God I left it open. I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck. I forced myself to ignore the sense of smell with the strong stench of carrion protruding from behind its teeth. I jumped into my car, slamming the door shut and locking it. But the beast was so close to me, I slammed its muzzle before closing the door. And it didn't like that. Not one bit. I only realized the true terror of what happened next later on. The creature tried to open my door with the handle. The fact that I was facing a creature with such strength, speed, and senses, now paired with the sentience of a man, would later make my blood run cold. It punched its massive clawed fist through the window, breaking it. I shifted into drive and floored the gas pedal, almost causing my transmission to slip. I screeched away from the creature, more shaken up than I've ever been my entire life. I've had to hide in my cellar from tornadoes when I was a kid, and I've had a close encounter with a child predator, but nothing has left my core as brittle as this. As I sped away, I thought I was safe, but I was dead wrong. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 glowing red eyes following me. This monster was still chasing me. On all fours, it had no problem keeping up. I pressed harder on the gas, going 60 now. I flashed back to hearing about a classmate in high school who died in a crash after going 50 on a downward mountainside road. The beast went from directly behind my car to right next to me. I was going 70 then. I sped up to 80, and it still showed no difficulty keeping up with me. It was so close to me now, with no glass window any longer to offer even the most pathetic and ineffective barrier between me and it. I saw those red eyes up close. I'm not sure if it was anger, hatred, or hunger that was behind those eyes, but whatever it was, I was sure it was evil. I knew I had to focus on the road. Going down a mountainside at 80 miles per hour was practically guaranteed death, so I knew I needed to focus. I was cautious and crept up to 90, but the beast kept up. Granted, it looked like it was taking an effort to do so, but nothing that wasn't doable for this monster. The trees and the rocks were flying past me then. I swear if I had let this monster startle me in any way and have my arms twitch in reaction, I would have flown off the edge of that mountain. The road began to curve to the left. I had to slow down. If I didn't, I would certainly die. I had no choice but to push down on the brake. The beast caught up again and began to snap its jaws through the window, its viscous drool flying into my face with each chomp. Then, a miracle. Before I had time to even mentally process that it was there, an 18-wheel semi-truck appeared. It was passing through the oncoming lane, previously hidden by the curve of the mountainside. The beast noticed and moved away as much as it could, but we were both going so fast it could only go so far. It slowed down and moved a bit to the right, but the truck hit it. I watched it launch into the air like a rag doll. I gave a nervous laugh of relief. If given more time to actually let everything that happened sink in, I would have cried. I thought to myself that this would make a heck of a story to tell, a story that, little did I know at the time, had hardly begun. A few minutes passed, and while I may have lost the creature, I was still driving way too fast down the mountain to avoid any chance of it catching up. Unfortunately, I had forgotten about a really deep-looking puddle that I remembered spotting on the way up the mountain. Before I knew it, water shot up from the sides of my car, and any control I had was lost. I crashed into the metal barrier, and by some work of God, I was going slow enough that I didn't end up catapulting myself over the edge of the mountain. After collecting myself for what felt like the millionth time in the past half hour, I knew that my car was definitely screwed now, judging by all the warning lights that went off. I got out of my car and didn't even bother to look at the damage. I took out my phone, screenshotting my coordinates, and figured I'd call my insurance company tomorrow. I looked at how far away I was from my house, and to my surprise, I was only a 5-mile walk away from my own place. I lived right at the edge of the woods that I was standing right in front of, so I made the decision to walk home. I just wanted to keep moving, get home as soon as possible, rather than wait around in my car for a tow truck, playing with the chance of that creature finding me again. So into the woods I went. 2 hours later, I had about a mile to a mile and a half left of walking before I had reached my house. I was still having trouble comprehending everything that went down on that mountain. Was I understanding this right? Werewolves are real. Why did it want to kill me so bad? Is that trucker that hit it okay? Questions I could only ask myself every 20 minutes or so. If I thought about them for too long, then every sound I heard in the distance would have my heart beating out of my chest all over again. I decided that what's over is over, and that I would focus my thoughts on literally anything else. So I began to think about which TV dinner I would heat up when I got home. Lord knows I wouldn't be able to sleep. As I walked, I noticed something. The crickets, owls, and every other woodland animal went completely silent all at once. The other takeaway I got from summer camp came crashing down on me. If everything just went silent, there's a good chance that means a predator is nearby. Then I heard it. The sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life, the loudest, most unholy howl echoed through the woods. This was nothing like any wolf howl, or even those found in your typical werewolf movies. This sounded so unnatural, so pained, almost as if the beast had taken a spear to the heart. I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling my heart sink into my stomach while doing so, because that howl didn't sound very far away. I stood still for a moment. Then, without thinking, I just took off into a run. Back on the mountain, everything happened so fast and so suddenly, I didn't have time to process everything that went down. I was numbed with the adrenaline combined with fight-or-flight instinct, but now that I'd calmed down at least some, and I knew that it was approaching, my mind began to run along with me. It had found me. It had survived a hit from a semi-truck, and it found me. It must have caught my scent and went out of its way to hunt me down. Another howl, so much closer then, even with thick woods to navigate through and an infinite number of low-hanging branches to dodge. This monster was making serious ground at an alarming rate. 1 second I was running, the next I was on my back, blood dripping down my face. It took a second for me to comprehend what happened in the haze I was in, but I quickly figured out I'd run straight into one of the lower hanging branches. I slowly got up. Things were quiet, but not as quiet as before. I looked to my side. There was a waterfall, maybe 30 feet in height, about 10 feet from me, and a rather rapidly flowing river at the bottom of it. For a second, the broken silence calmed me down. Then I heard a deep and guttural growl. If pure malice and malevolence could be brought to life through sound, that's exactly what I heard. And it wasn't a short growl lasting a second or two. No, this went on for what felt like minutes, growing more and more aggressive. I knew that running was no longer an option. I only had 2 realistic ways out of this: jump down into the river or climb up the tree that just knocked me down. I had no idea how deep the river was, but if it was too shallow or if I jumped and landed funnily, I knew 30 feet would mess me up bad enough that I would have no chance of making it out of the woods alive. With that, I jumped as high as I could, grabbing a branch above the one I ran into and pulling myself up. Immediately after doing so, the beast leapt out and would have tackled me on the spot if I'd waited any longer. I started to climb the tree, praying all the while that this thing wouldn't follow me up. How wrong I was. With absolute ease, the creature began climbing, following me up the tree. It moved slower when climbing, so I did have more of a chance of getting away, but it was still way faster than I could go. I looked down at it and saw it was closing in on me. I saw bits of fabric hanging from its teeth and prayed that that wasn't from the trucker. Out in the open with no car, flight was no longer a viable option. Then I sprouted quite possibly the craziest idea I've ever had. With no more than a second's worth of planning, I jumped off the branch I was on, pulling my knees in as close to my chest as possible. Then, at the last second, I shot my legs out as straight and as fast as I could, right before I would have landed on the creature. Somehow, despite it outweighing me at least 3-1, I was able to knock it out of the tree. The thing tumbled to the ground and rolled right off the cliff into the rapids down below. Miraculously, I was able to grab onto a branch after kicking it to avoid the same fate, getting my hands covered in tree sap. The water below was moving so fast, I only caught a glimpse of it being swept away in the distance. I let go of the branch, coming down much harder than anticipated, hard enough that I felt it in my stomach. But my only goal was to get the heck out of there as soon as possible. So that's what I did. I pressed forward, traumatized to the point of mental and emotional numbness. The beast may have been gone, but everything about it was still haunting me, right on down to the darkest, deepest corners of my psyche. Every sound I heard was a howl. Every little reflection of light was those ungodly eyes. Even the memory of the reek of its breath had made permanent residence in my nostrils. After what felt like an eternity to my feet, yet only a minute to my mind, I made it out of the woods. And there it was, home. Even the immovable feelings of misery and dissatisfaction that plagued me in that house during the waking hours of the day were completely non-existent then, and in their place stood sanctuary and safety. The fall from the branch from before left my ankles sore, so I shambled into my house as quickly as my entry allowed. Now, there's a field between my house and the woods that stretches about a half a football field. I was maybe 3/4 of the way there when I felt it. At that point, it was unmistakable. In hindsight, maybe I had heard footsteps before, but I'll never know for sure. When I turned around, there it was, standing on its hind legs. I saw how heavy it was breathing, even from that distance that I was at. It was then that I knew that this creature did not seek me for hunger, but out of hatred. Just as before, we just stood there, only for a moment. This time, it made the first move, dropping onto all fours and running as quickly as it could towards me. I still believe when writing this that the adrenaline that exploded inside me at that moment was enough to suppress the injury I sustained not even an hour ago, and it was nothing short of divine intervention. I ran to my back door. The beast was practically on top of me in no time. I knew my door was locked, but I also knew where the key was hidden. I ran up to the door and picked up the potted plant next to the door. I know it's not the smartest place to keep your spare key, but in a small town like this, there really wasn't much need for top-of-the-line security. I knew I wouldn't have time to unlock the door, so I did something which may have turned out to be a mistake. It was either be torn to pieces or get mad, so I chose the latter. I took the pot and threw it straight at the monster's face. By then it was only 10 feet from me, so it was by no means a lucky shot. It definitely wasn't expecting it. It whipped back after impact. I used the precious seconds I had now while it was stunned to get inside my house. I turned around, beginning to close the door. I got it just 3 inches from closing when something began to push on it from outside. That creature was far stronger than me. It was able to inch the door open against me. I knew that I couldn't win this. I took the chain lock, and right in the nick of time, I was able to latch it onto the keeper, stopping the door from inching any farther. The beast, however, wasted no time. It used the entire mass of its body to bang against the door. The first hit shook the dust from the top of the door frame. The second one made the keeper on the wall loosen. Between that and its next hit, I closed the door and locked it. It hit against the door a third time, but nothing happened. Fourth hit, nothing. After a fifth and unsuccessful hit, the onslaught stopped. I dared not look out the window to see if it had given up. The mere sight of me just seemed to anger the creature. I made my way upstairs to the second floor to peek out the window behind the curtains of my bedroom. Halfway up, I nearly had a heart attack. A loud crash penetrated the short-lived silence in the air. The darned thing must have burst through my kitchen window. With no time to recover from the fright, I ran up the stairs and into my room, where I kept my .38 special revolver for home defense. I made it to my room, closed and locked the door, Then I hurried to my bedside table drawer and pulled out my gun. After turning off the safety, I checked, and it was loaded. I heard all sorts of furniture crashing and glass breaking downstairs. I figured if that's keeping it content for now, so be it. But of course, it didn't. It came for one thing, and that seemed to be me. I heard it slowly stomp its way up my stairs. I could tell it was on its hind legs then, judging by the speed and weight at which it was moving. Memories of me cowering at the very thought of the boogeyman when I was a kid came rushing back to me as I now hid in my room, trembling on the verge of tears and fear. It broke down the door to my study room, trashing it much like it did downstairs. Then the bathroom door was broken. It knew I was up here. I knew that even with all 6 rounds, a creature that big and that ferocious would not easily be taken down. And with the way it seemed to just brush off getting hit by a car, launched by a semi-truck, and falling down a cliff and into rapid waters, 6 little bullets at best could briefly incapacitate it, I guessed. I knew I was dead. This thing was going to knock down every door to find me. If I was lucky, I'd get in 4, maybe 5 shots before it ripped me apart. Then I remembered my room was directly above the steel cellar doors outside my home, but if I did what I had in mind, there truly would be no other option left. All I could do after that would be to pray that this beast had had enough for the night and simply go away. As it knocked down the door to my storage room, I tucked the revolver between my belt and waist and opened my bedroom window. I stuck my feet out first and dropped myself to the ground. That burst of adrenaline from earlier had long gone and my already messed up ankle got hurt even further. I stumbled to my cellar doors and opened them. I looked up, seeing the beast sticking its head out my window, sniffing around. It stopped, then looked down, spotting me. With a grisly snarl, it brandished bloody teeth. I almost froze then. It went back inside, and I knew it was then or never. I closed the cellar doors and locked them shut. I could hear from outside the creature burst through the window, crashing down on the ground in front of the cellar. Once again, it began banging against the doors. This cellar was meant to withstand Category 4 tornadoes, but even those monstrous storms were natural. I wish I could tell you how many times that thing bashed itself against the cellar doors, but I honestly lost track after 40. By then, the doors had already begun to bend. That memory acts as my idea of hell. A creature with nothing more than a hunger for your blood to be spilled, slowly breaking its way into where you're hiding, afraid, knowing that it's a matter of time, not a matter of if. Suddenly, there was a pause. A minute passed, and after having a second to figure out what to do with my fear, I decided to heck with it. I've never felt as if I'd done enough with my life, and I decided then, for once in my life, I was going to take control and prove to myself that I had it in me to not let something keep me down. I would take this quiet moment to catch the creature by surprise. It seemed as if one of us had to die for this to end, and I was going to do whatever it took for that not to be me. I burst open the cellar doors, raising my gun, ready to aim and ready to fire, but the creature was gone. I frantically looked around, even back up at my bedroom window. It wasn't there any longer. Then I noticed the dawn had broke. Sweet, sweet sunlight had started shining over the tops of the trees, overtaking the dark of the night, a sight I truly never thought I'd ever see again. I tumbled to the ground, crying with relief. I had survived. That day, I took care of my car, filing a home insurance claim too, referring to the incident as a break-in. I checked myself into a hotel about a mile away from my house. My house would be under repair for the next week, so my insurance company provided free lodging while repairs were underway. At the front desk, the person working there asked me if it mattered where I stayed, and his question made me wonder. I asked if I could be put into a top-floor room. After assuring them that my ankle injury was nothing more than a sprain, that I would have no problem getting up there, I made my way to my room, where for the first time in years, I had no trouble throwing myself in bed and going right to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. I got up and looked out the window. Despite the long distance, I was almost certain that I saw a dot moving around my house. I shrugged it off, knowing there's no way to be certain what it was from that distance. Before I turned away, I heard what could easily be mistaken as a train whistle. But I knew in my gut what that sound was. That was a howl. And almost as if to reassure me that it was a howl, as soon as I heard it, the dot made its way back into the woods behind my house. That was enough for me to start looking at cheap, out-of-state apartments. Hopefully, where this monster won't find me. I hate rest areas. From That Guy Chimera. In a previous story I told, I was a rookie trucker that ran into something in Duncannon, Pennsylvania. Well, fast forward about 3 years. My mom passed away. Rest in peace, Mom. I ended up getting a dog to help me cope and to give me some company in my truck. It was a German Shepherd with puppy fuzz still growing. One day after finishing up my trip, it was late and all the truck stops were full, like usual, so it was either the shoulder off a ramp or a rest area. Knowing my new little co-driver would need a walk, I figured a rest area would be more suitable and safe. Luckily, I ran into a familiar stop, but it was a stop off of I-40 in Missouri, where I usually see a lot of state troopers at, but never for truckers, if you get what I'm saying. This time it was relatively empty, just 2 trucks and 1 car, but no signs of life. However, the place did look a bit run down, pretty much just as I remembered it. I figured there wouldn't be time for some training like I usually did with my puppy to go over commands. My dog was still clumsy and too small to get out of the truck by himself, so I carried him, and he was always excited to walk. I don't blame him, but this time, weirdly enough, he seemed hesitant. I had to encourage him to come out, but he kept looking around, looking over his shoulders like something was going to be there. It creeped me out enough that I checked over my shoulder too. At that moment, my back was facing the tree line and the building where the restrooms and state map were. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so I hopped back in the truck to grab some protection, just in case, like every trucker should. Our walk together was normal in the beginning. I wandered about 20 feet or so from the tree line, and my dog stopped sniffing and began to focus on something. The curious puppy tried to get closer when a branch snapped. Now I was focused too in the same direction. I took a step, pulling the leash slightly as more snapping sounds erupted from in front of us, but it didn't seem to be getting closer. As soon as I told my dog to come on, I then heard the most confusing animal sound I've ever heard. It started out sounding like a bear, and it faded into what I could assume was an elk. It didn't sound perfectly like one of those things, just similar to both. Thinking rationally, or logically, my first thought was that it was a bear taking down an elk at night. Great, my luck must be high, I thought. With my dog at my leg, scared, trying to stay cool, I grabbed my protection, getting ready for anything. I turned on my flashlight. I knew I couldn't outrun some forest critter, especially carrying a 25-pound scared puppy. As I shone my flashlight around, I saw what appeared to be an arm. Well, I thought, that's all I need to see. It was shaped like it was coming from some lanky but muscular guy, but stretched out a bit more. Its skin was black in places, and where there was fur, it was dark gray. Its bicep alone was at my eye level, 6 feet. There were a few scars here and there, showing that this thing had gotten in several encounters. I couldn't see the hand completely, but I could tell this thing could probably palm a medicine ball. At that point, I felt as if running away would be the dumbest idea. Plus, I didn't want to turn around and lose track of it, so I kept backing away, shuffling backwards slowly until I felt pavement under my feet again. My dog never left my leg. I felt him moving with me, so I kept the leash loose. Suddenly, the arm moved, like the body was turning or adjusting for something. All the while, I'm cussing under my breath, still trying to move backwards slowly. I then make it in front of the building, a good distance away from that thing, but I kept my light on it, making sure it didn't move. Then a car pulled in, forcing me to put away my protection, even though I thought about just taking the chance of looking crazy. I said to myself, go for the car. Don't run, just walk. Hopefully that thing won't come gunning for us. As I walked past the car, I noticed it was a man and a woman. The guy said he saw my protection drawn and asked if I was okay. All I said was a bear ran through the trees, so I told him to be careful in this rest area. The lady told me that they lived not too far from here. There was a look on her face, like she knew I was talking about something else. She told me it was probably best to stay in my truck and to protect that dog, because, quote unquote, it was too cute to lose. I did as she said, but that night I didn't get much sleep. My puppy would not leave my side either. The people I've told this story to never believe me. I don't care. I know I saw that thing's arm, and I heard it roar at some point. What I saw, what I heard, none of it registers as some recognizable animal or person. All I know is I hate rest areas now, and you can probably see why. There is something on Saddle Road. From Aloha Potato. I grew up in southeast Idaho, in a small farming town. I worked around there until I got a job offer to work for a company in Hawaii as a mechanic. To me, that was the deal of a lifetime. I mean, not many people where I'm from can say that they moved to and worked in Hawaii. So I took the job, and I found out that a couple of friends would be joining me. So off we went to the Aloha State, where the temperature is always warm and the beaches are beautiful. Now, as time went on, my friends began to leave one by one, until I was the last one there. I was about to leave with a fat wad of cash in my pocket when I got another offer from the same company. This time, they would want me to be a driver and deliver products on the Big Island. It sounded simple enough, but the only downside was that the plant I was to be stationed at is in Hilo, and I would need to do a route over on the Kona side, which is on the other side of the island. In reality, it isn't too bad, but it is the longest route that the company has. I would have to wake up at 12 a.m. just to get to the distribution center and do my pre-trip, make sure I have all my products for all the stops, and start heading over before 2 a.m. On average, I would not get back until around 3 p.m. Sometimes the days would be shorter, sometimes longer. It just depended. But to me, it didn't really matter, because the money was great, and I was greedy. If I only knew what would happen to me, I would have just packed up my tools and left. The reason why so many weird things happened on the Big Island to me, compared to any other island I went to, is that it was there where I learned a lot of superstitions of the native Hawaiians. Some are similar to the superstitions we have back at home, like not whistling while the sun is down. Where I'm from, it's supposed to attract skinwalkers and wendigos and the like. For them, as it was told to me, it was disrespectful to the spirits that roamed the islands. I have a lot of paranormal stories from over there in Hawaii, and if this story is interesting to some of you, and you want to hear more, I'd be willing to share. In this particular story, it's one of my scarier encounters while I was over there. It started like any other day. I made my way over to the distribution center, checked my loads, checked my truck for a pre-trip, and headed off over Kona from Hilo. The only downside I had was that the gas station where I usually had my coffee in the morning was closed for remodeling. So as I went up Saddle Road, I was a little groggy, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't to the point I was about to fall asleep. I climbed up the mountain up on Saddle Road in my rig. I believe I was listening to a podcast about conspiracy theories at the time. I soon made it to the top of Saddle Road. Once there, I decided to pull over and relieve myself. I'll give you a bit of layout. As you're heading towards Kona on top of the mountain, there is a park. Just a little ways down from the park, there is this military installation where I stopped. I decided to pull over and do my business, and I would readjust so I could go down Saddle Road. I went to the park to do my business, and as I was coming out, I heard what sounded like a coyote yipping just behind me. Now, that may not be a little odd to me, seeing how I grew up in an area where there are tons of coyotes. But the problem was, I don't believe there were any coyotes in Hawaii, let alone any predators of the sort. I've heard rumors that there were wolves up in the northern side of the island, but that was just it. Rumors. I never saw any wolves up there, and I've done quite a few routes up in the northern part of the island. The only predators I've ever seen were the wild pigs that roamed all over the island. But what I just heard was definitely a coyote yipping. So I turned around to see if I could spot any nearby coyotes. But I didn't see any. As I turned around and began walking back to my rig, I heard the coyote yip again. Immediately I spun around, and what I saw shocked me. I saw a silhouette of what I could assume to be a man passing the outhouses where there was little light. He hid behind a tree and peeked out at me. This obviously freaked me out, so I started double timing back to my truck. By the time I got back in, he was still out there, peeking around from behind the tree. I started up the rig and took off. The whole time as I passed the military base, I was wondering to myself, who in the world, or what in the world, was that? My first guess was it was probably a homeless man who wanted to jump me. Then I thought maybe a skinwalker, because it came out after the coyote yipping I heard. In an attempt to calm myself down, I ended up listening to some country music, singing and whistling along as I went down Saddle Road, doing my best not to think about it. Halfway down Saddle Road, as I whistled, I saw something out of the corner of my eye running towards the road. As I looked around to see what it was, what I saw horrified me. I saw this dark humanoid figure running towards the road to the point where he was in front of my truck. I immediately tried to swerve out of the way, but from what seemed to have happened to my perspective, I hit them. But the crazy part was I did not feel or hear a thing. No thuds, no bumps, no screams or yells. Nothing happened. When I was finally able to stop, I got out of my truck to see if I did indeed hit someone. A little ways up the road, I saw the dark silhouette of a man, and it felt as if he was staring at me with so much hatred that I felt it in my soul, even though I couldn't even see if he was looking at me. Then he turned and walked off to the other side of the road and began to cross the lava rocks until I could no longer see him. This event had spooked me enough that I got back in my truck and slowly made my way down Saddle Road until I got to Kona. I pulled into a gas station, bought a pack of cigarettes. That day was the first and only day I ever smoked while on the job. Not 2 weeks after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice to the company I worked for, ultimately deciding to move back to southeastern Idaho. Writing out this story now still freaks me out. To this very day, I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was one of the night marchers, a native Hawaiian spirit. Or maybe it was a skinwalker. Either way, I hope I never have an experience like that again. But still, it's really good to get it off my chest. What did I see? From KFOT 93. I'm a long-haul truck driver,
so I'm no stranger to the States. I've seen things that I can't explain, but this is by far the weirdest thing to ever happen to me. I was driving through Arizona, heading westbound on I-40. I'd finally hit Flagstaff and got to a truck stop so I could handle my business. As I departed Flagstaff, I ran by mile marker 185. It's about 10 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona. As I passed mile marker 185, there was what seemed to be a person hitchhiking. The only problem was this guy was huge, like 8 feet tall, looking straight into the passenger window of my semi-truck. On top of that, he seemed to be as wide as the truck from shoulder to shoulder. I passed this hitchhiker. About half a mile down the road, I saw the exact same person or thing. Once again, I passed him. But once again, it kept happening, even 20 miles down the road to mile marker 165. I saw him every few miles. After I passed marker 165, I didn't see him anymore. So I thought that was done with. It was over. But I was dead wrong. I got down to mile marker 145, and I had to take a leak, so I pulled over on the side of the road to handle my business. I was about halfway done when I heard an ear-piercing scream, mixed between what sounded like a deer and a human. As soon as I heard it, I jumped and began to look around. Just outside the halo of my headlights, I spotted it. I was never more confused and scared in my life. I tried to figure out what it was when I heard something flying through the air. Suddenly, I heard a thump, thump. Sitting 3 feet away from me was a huge rock the size of a basketball. It must have been 80 pounds. That thing had thrown it at me, and it landed only 3 feet away. I wasted no time trying to hop back in the truck, getting away from whatever that thing was. As I passed it, it just stared me down, and I never saw it again. Can someone tell me what I saw? Something at the daycare. From Sweet Tooth 101. Growing up, I believe I experienced multiple instances of paranormal activity. But what I experienced one night at my first job was genuinely one of the most unnerving things to ever happen to me. It was about 15 years ago. I worked my first job right out of high school in childcare. Just to give you an idea, it was a small, privately owned daycare with only about 6 or 7 employees. Before the daycare was built, there was apparently a house and a junkyard on the property. And the rumor among the staff was the original owner of the property had died in the house, which was later demolished. One night, a lady that I'll call Amy and I were closing up. Her boyfriend came by to pick her up, and she asked me if I would be okay by myself if she went ahead and left. I told her yeah, I'd be fine, as I was almost finished cleaning. I finished vacuuming and watched through the window as they drove off. A moment after that, I turned the vacuum cleaner off, and all of a sudden, I heard the bathroom door slam shut. And I mean this thing slammed. The light and fan also came on in the bathroom about a second later. My initial thought was that maybe there was a child there trying to play a joke. But Amy always checked off a list of names as parents came to get their kids, and she checked every possible hiding place before leaving. I quickly put the vacuum cleaner away in the kitchen, and I started to head towards the bathroom. You know that feeling of dread you get when you feel as if you're about to do something scary or dangerous? That sinking feeling in your chest and stomach. Yeah, I full-on felt that. I quickly opened the bathroom door, turned off the light and fan, and I kid you not, from behind the door, I heard what I could only describe as an angry huff and a snarl. I should also mention that I felt a strange, almost tangible presence in that bathroom.
And no, there were no kids hiding in the bathroom. There was only about 8 inches of space between the door and the wall when I opened it, so there wasn't any room for anyone to hide. I locked up for the night and left. I swear I felt something watching me as I was leaving. When I came back to work a couple of days later, I went back into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the light and fan, just to see if it could have possibly been the fan making that snarling, huffing sound. I turned it on and off a couple of times and no sound. I told Amy about it. She said she wasn't surprised. She had worked there a few years before and had experienced some odd activity herself. She said that one day she heard chairs moving in the toddler room when all the kids were out in the main room. I should also mention that several months before my encounter, I was talking with another lady who worked there. She said they had been there on a closed day, wrapping Christmas presents for the kids and listening to Christmas music. She said that all of a sudden, the door to the toddler room just slammed shut. The radio station changed by itself, too. One of the other ladies started to head over to the radio to change the station back, but it quickly turned back on its own. Scary Trucker Story. From Anonymous. It was a late autumn night, the kind of night where the air was chilly and the stars were crisp and bright. I had been driving my big rig down the highway for hours, my only companions the sound of my engine and the darkness outside. As I drove, my mind wandered, thinking about my family back home and the upcoming holidays. But something caught my eye then, a figure standing on the side of the road. As I approached, I could see that it was a man. His thumb was outstretched, and a backpack was slung over his shoulder. I hesitated for a moment. I had heard enough stories about hitchhikers, how they could be dangerous. But I figured I could manage myself. I am no small guy, after all. And besides, the guy did not look too threatening. I pulled over and rolled down the window. "Need a lift?" I asked. The man didn't say anything. He began to climb into the cab and sat down beside me. I noticed right away that he had a strange, intense look in his eyes, like he was sizing me up, trying to figure me out. But I didn't pay it much mind. Maybe he was just shy. We drove on in silence for a time, the only sounds being the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of the wind outside. The man didn't say anything, didn't ask where we were headed, didn't make small talk. He was starting to get a little uncomfortable, but I figured he was just tired, or maybe he didn't speak English very well. It was then I noticed something strange. Every time I glanced over at him, he was staring at me. Not a quick glance, a long, hard stare. And there was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. They were cold and dead, like he didn't have any emotions at all. I tried to focus on the road, but I couldn't shake the feeling of those eyes on me. It was like he was trying to read my mind or something, trying to figure out my weaknesses. I started to get nervous, wondering who this guy might be, wondering what he wanted really. As the miles ticked past, the silence grew thicker. I kept stealing glances at him, and he kept staring back. It was like we were locked in some kind of weird staring contest. Then suddenly, he spoke. "You ever pick up hitchhikers before?" he asked, his voice low and cold. I was taken aback. It was the first thing he'd said in so long. The question seemed to come out of nowhere, but I tried to keep my cool. Not often," I replied. "Why do you ask?" The man shrugged and went back to staring out the window, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him. Finally, we came to a rest stop. I pulled in, hoping that the man would get out and be on his way. But he didn't move. He sat there, staring straight ahead with those cold, dead eyes. I was starting to feel trapped. I didn't know what this guy was capable of, and I didn't want to provoke him. but I knew I had to do something. "Hey, I need to take a leak," I said, trying to sound casual. "Wanna get out and stretch your legs?" The man shrugged and climbed out of the cab when we parked. I watched him walk around for a bit, trying to get a read on him. But he didn't really do anything suspicious. Just paced back and forth, smoking a cigarette. But then, as he was getting back into the truck, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A glint of metal in his backpack. I couldn't quite make out what the metal object was, but it looked sharp and dangerous. My heart began to race, so I tried to think of what to do next. As the man settled back into his seat, I noticed his backpack had shifted slightly, and the metal object was now more visible. It was a hunting knife, its blade glinting in the light of the cab. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I tried to stay calm. The man seemed to sense my unease, and a small smile played across his lips. "You seem nervous," he said, his voice low and menacing. "There's something you want to tell me?" I tried to play it cool. "No, just tired from driving all night," I said, forcing a smile. "You want some music?" I reached over to turn on the radio, hoping the noise would drown out the pounding of my heart. But as I did, the man's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, gripping it tightly. "I don't like music," he said, his eyes narrowing. "I like silence." His grip was like a vice, and I could feel the blood rushing out of my hand. I tried to pull away, but he held on tight. I knew I was in trouble. But suddenly he let me go. He leaned back in his seat, face relaxed, as if nothing had just happened. "You're a good driver, but you gotta learn to relax," he said almost casually. I didn't know what to say. The man was clearly unhinged, but I knew nothing about him. At this point, I just wanted to get him out of my truck and get as far away from him as possible. But then something even more terrifying happened. As we drove on, the man began to hum, but it sounded like a more low and guttural sound, like something out of a horror movie. Then he began to sing. It was a song I'd never heard before, but it was both haunting and beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off of him as he sang, his voice rising and falling in a strange otherworldly cadence. And then, as suddenly as it started, the singing stopped. The man turned to me, his eyes blazing. "I'm gonna kill you. Then I'm gonna sing to your soul." I don't remember much after that. I guess I blacked out. What I remember next was waking up in a hospital bed. The doctors told me I'd been found by the side of my road, my truck abandoned but okay. There was no sign of a man or the knife. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. But I know one thing for sure. I will never pick up another hitchhiker.
Dude in the Woods, from Sin Among Us. I am a truck driver. I work for a certain water company that is located in Michigan. The route that I drive for this company takes me as far as the Upper Peninsula, down to central Michigan. To give an idea of where this creepy experience took place, I was near Roscommon County. This was way back in late January, when the night would come as quickly as 5 p.m. I was driving down a rural highway around 8 p.m., and a snowstorm was picking up. Now, the trucks provided by my company, I can't say they're in the best condition, but we have to drive them anyway. As I was cruising down the highway, my truck began to sputter and shake. With a sigh, I pulled off to the side of the road, turned on my hazard lights, and put the vehicle in park. I've been dealing with this all day because of a coolant leak in the heater core. I have to fill up the coolant reservoir, which takes about 5 minutes. Dressed in nothing more but my regular clothes and a baseball cap, I exit my truck and I enter the snowy January night. I unlatched my hood and pulled it up. The sound of it opening was the only sound to be heard. It was very quiet out there at the time, except for some blowing wind. The night was overcast and very dark due to the storm. My only light was from the hazards on the truck and a small flashlight in my mouth. The thick line of woods is about 100 feet away from each side of the road, and I was parked along the shoulder on the side of the highway. As I began to fill up the coolant reservoir, I heard some rustling in the undergrowth about 150 to 200 feet deeper in the woods. I thought nothing of it due to the fact that deer are common even during winter. But the strangest thing was the rustling was quite loud, like a lot louder than animals would usually be. I mean, the wind was blowing decently hard, but I could still hear the rustling in the woods. I was wondering what could be so loud when I heard a loud crack and a soft thud. Now this noise really got my attention. It didn't sound like a deer anymore, it sounded more like a person stumbling around. Humans are very loud in the woods, and no animal would purposely make a noise to give itself away like that, especially that loud. Yes, there were bears, but it wasn't a big concern for me in that area. Now, a real concern I had was that the last house I saw was about 10 miles away, and no cars had passed me by yet, and somehow there was some dude walking around out there in the woods in the middle of a snowstorm. Still cautious of the guy walking around, I finished refilling the reservoir. I locked the hood down and began to enter the truck. Before exiting the truck, I had the windows down. I kept them down due to the fact I could still hear the guy out there. Then, as soon as the crashing around the forest started, it just as quickly stopped. That put me on edge. I felt the air around me grow thick and heavy, even though the winter air was dry. I turned the key in the ignition. A loud beep resounded from the truck dash, therefore allowing me to turn it on. The truck roared to life, and I started to pull back onto the road to continue driving. As soon as my truck started rolling, I heard the crashing start up again, but at a loud and quickened pace. By the sound of it, whatever it was seemed to be making a line straight for the truck. I thought this guy was dumb or something, but it still freaked me out, so I pushed the truck to go faster. With the hazard light still on, I could see the outer edges of the semi. And then I saw them. There was a person running near the rear passenger side of the trailer. The creepy part about it was that I was traveling at about 15 miles per hour and pushing it, still climbing, and the guy was fast enough to keep up, and he was closing the distance to my cab. Now, with the cold sweat, I pushed the truck into a higher gear, and the engine roared louder. I was pushing 25 miles per hour, and this guy was almost to the cab, when all of a sudden he just disappeared. It seemed he was so focused on catching up with the truck that he failed to notice and hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Though it still freaked me out, I continued traveling down the road, ignoring the speed limits until I got to the hotel I would be staying at. That was just one of the creepiest moments on the road. Appalachian Trail Lights, from Anonymous Hiker. I'm a petite woman in my early 20s. I grew up and live in rural South Central Virginia, surrounded by dense woods for miles in every direction. I know what animals, birds, planes, satellites, planets, stars, etc. look like, act like, and sound like. Being no stranger to the outdoors my whole life, it was only a matter of time until I got into solo long-distance hiking, and even during the pandemic I still hike, albeit responsibly, whenever I can on the Appalachian Trail in the western part of the state. Being a petite young woman and always hiking alone, I do take necessary precautions. My family can see my location on trail via a navigation app popular in the thru hiker and section hiker community. I carry pepper spray and a knife. and I always tell someone where I will be and update them on where I am and how the conditions are. Anyway, this took place in mid-June of this year, 2020. I had planned to summit the Priest Mountain hiking southbound on the Appalachian Trail, starting my hike around 1 p.m. from the parking lot at the base of the mountain and reaching the shelter by 5:30 to 6 p.m. Taking my time as the sharp elevation increase, paired with a busted knee, would add to the challenge of summiting the notorious beast of a mountain. After a good, strenuous, uneventful hike past beautiful waterfalls, gorgeous viewpoints, and the occasional snake or squirrel, I summited. The flat mile-long hike to the shelter was a welcomed gift after the 4,000-foot-plus elevation increase I had tackled for over 5 grueling miles. Once I arrived at the shelter, I set up my hammock, keeping the tarp rolled up in its snakeskin strung up above my hammock as the forecast was predicting a beautiful warm night. I do my thing, eat some energy bars, refill my water bottle, typical boring camp chores, before turning in at around 8 p.m. Despite the challenges of the day, I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up on my phone talking to a buddy whom I had planned to thru-hike the AT with earlier this year, but we had to cancel due to the Rona. We're texting away, sending funny videos and whatnot until 10 p.m. when I notice a headlamp coming down the side path from the trail to the shelter. Cautious, I hunker down in my hammock and shine my headlamp in the stranger's direction so that whoever was there knew that I was well awake and that I saw them. In the morning, I found out it was a dude who got separated from his group. If I remember correctly, he was a retired cop going by the trail name 5-0. I watch 5-0 hang his bear bag in a tree by the shelter and watch him set up his hammock on the opposite side of the campsite. Cool, he's harmless, I think to myself. And this was the case, but this story doesn't involve a person or people. This is about what happens next in the skies above. As mentioned before, I didn't have my tarp set up because it was a beautiful night, so I could see the stars and enjoy the nice weather. What I noticed first was that my cell service signal was beginning to act funny around 10:45 p.m. One moment I'd have LTE, then 4G, then 3G, roaming, no signal, and back to LTE. This cycle continued throughout the night until 4 a.m. A moment later was when I noticed it. A few of the stars in the sky appeared to be swiveling and shining very dim, soft spotlights, which didn't reach very far, but it was obvious that these weren't stars. They also weren't airplanes or helicopters. I couldn't hear any audible noise, and I'm 4,500 feet above sea level on top of a mountain, closer to any plane than someone on sea level. Assuming I was tired and therefore seeing things which weren't there, I kept watching, fixating my vision between 2 branches of a tree, watching one of these weird stars do its thing, swiveling back and forth, shining its light. Then, all of a sudden, the sky turned bright red, then pitch black. Everything in the sky vanished. The woods went quiet. I attempted to text my mother out of fear that something was about to go down. "Mom, I love you. There's something weird going on with the sky." The feeling that I shouldn't have seen what I just saw, and that I was unwelcome quickly set in. Being familiar with the woods, I can tell when I've overstayed my welcome. But this was unlike anything I'd experienced in the outdoors before. The vibe I was sensing was mean, hateful, spiteful even. The messages I sent to my mother and to my buddy didn't go through until hours later, as my cell signal was still going through its weird cycle of no service. About 5 minutes later, the sky turned red again, and then went back to normal, with one huge difference. Half of the stars in the sky were missing. Not as if they changed positions in the sky. I know how the Earth rotates and changes the locations of stars and planets. I mean, half of the original stars I'd seen earlier were missing. I could still see notable planets, such as Venus, exactly as they were in the sky before this happened. Everywhere in the sky which had one of those weird swiveling balls of light was blank. The rest of the night I felt uncomfortable, So uncomfortable, in fact, that I pitched my tarp and slept with my pepper spray clipped to my sports bra. I could not get my mind off of what I just saw. It was very similar to a phenomenon I'd witnessed weeks before while driving home from the grocery store back home. I happened to look up at the sky, just as a stationary ball of light warp sped away at a pinpoint. That's the best way I can describe it, like in Star Trek, whenever the USS Enterprise goes into warp speed. It was exactly like that. No crazy colors, no weird shapes, nothing like that. In both of these instances, they were unassuming white star-like balls of light. Getting back on track the next morning was uneventful. I ran into 5-0's group and we all hiked down the mountain together to our cars in the parking lot below. I refused to mention what I saw the night before until I got home and logged into Facebook to share photos of my hike. Well, the peaceful parts of it. One Facebook group I was in was called All Women, All Trails, and someone had made a post a few days prior asking us about our weird experiences on the trail. This just happened to appear right at the top of my newsfeed, so I shared the story which I have now shared with you, not thinking I would get a response. 30 minutes later, I received an alert that someone had replied to my comment. The woman that replied claimed to live not too far from the Priest Mountain and shared a similar experience she had one night, as she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire. Granted, they were admittedly under the influence, but the parallels between my story and the experience she shared with me were described by her as weird. Apparently, that night when she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire, they all saw a bright red light shoot straight up into the sky from the direction of the mountain and felt the same discomfort I experienced. Interpret this how you will. I have nothing to gain from lying to strangers on the internet. I feel it's my duty to the hiker community to share my weird experiences in the Appalachian Mountains. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last person to experience something weird. And this isn't even as insane as what other hikers have admitted to seeing or experiencing. If anyone else has experienced something weird on the Appalachian Trail, specifically in the Alto Wintergreen Resort area, please share your story. There's something weird going on in the skies above popular hiking trails, and it needs to be openly discussed. Northern Horror from Ulsterheim. I live in the north of Norway, near the border with Russia, and I've been here most of my life. Growing up out in the middle of nowhere would be a fair statement of my childhood, but I never lacked in the way of things to occupy my time. I had a few friends near my age who grew up relatively near me, although this is something that would be considered a stretch by anyone who has grown up in more populated areas. Because when I say near me, to be more precise, it took me about 40 minutes riding my bike to get to where my friends lived with their folks. Not to mention the terrain around these parts is dominated by tundras, pine woods, and marshlands, all leading towards the Russian-Norwegian border. I had a very average time growing up. We would tear around in the woods on ATVs and go snowmobile racing in the winter, which this far north lasts a long time and involves more snow than you would imagine possible, and biting cold for months on end for the most part. Oh, and I can't forget the lack of sunshine either. The Arctic kinda just throws that one in as well, for anyone who decides to live in these parts. As for me, I'm a 30-ish-year-old man working in the forestry sector, and on and off with construction work for the local county. I live alone with my dogs, and not much more, in a house I got for an absolutely ridiculous price from the guy who owned it before me. I had to spend a lot of time renovating it, but it was all worth it, since I got a home to call my own. It all started last fall, just before the snow came, and everything around where I live was more or less ready for winter. It had been cold for a few weeks, with the odd sprinkle of snow during the night that would vanish when the sun came out the next day. Earlier in the fall, I had gotten a contract to change out a stove and replace a door, and install a new sink in a cabin that a local organization who managed the various hiking trails and rental cabins, which the state owns around here. But due to the whole pandemic and whatnot, I had not gotten started on that project as soon as I wanted to. The guy who was supposed to help me with it had noped out of the deal after it was clear we would be forced to haul all we needed in ourselves without any help. I was teed off about this, and not in a very good mood when I was driving to the gravel parking lot, where I'd hauled most of the stuff I needed a few days before. I parked and got out of the car. I looked around and saw the trailer loaded with the new door and other things, sitting there covered in a thick layer of frost. Cursing under my breath, I began to hook up the trailer to my pickup, securing the load. The road I had to drive was barely more than a rough dirt track that ran for about 8 kilometers into the rolling hills of the wilderness, where the cabin was located. As I did this, I noticed an absolutely horrible stench hanging in the air. It reminded me of rotten food and something wet that had gone moldy. I looked around for any source of this terrible smell. I saw a large heap of what I could only describe as someone who had a very upset stomach had left a surprise at the rear end of the trailer. The sheer amount of excrement that was lying there ruled out any human culprit, and heck, even dogs for that matter. I stood there a bit perplexed about this. I chalked it up to either a moose or some other animal who had gotten a severe case of disgruntled bowels. The drive along the dirt track was rather difficult, due to ice and the generally poor state of the trail itself. I cursed myself and the world in general as my truck and trailer I was pulling along skidded on a patch of black ice. I barely managed to hit the brakes as a loud thud came from the trailer. I came to an uneasy stop. I stepped out of my car, half expecting some part of the load coming loose, banged against the kitchen sink I had strapped down. But nothing had come loose as I looked over the trailer. Instead, I saw a dent in its side panel that looked like scuff marks along the side of it. Now, I have to say at the time I just chalked it up to bad luck. Maybe one of the trees standing too close to the trail was the offender responsible for the newly acquired dent in my trailer. Mumbling to myself as I got back in the car and resumed the drive, I tried to give it no more thought. After about 1 hour, I got to the cabin, and while the dusk began to set, I unloaded the trailer, got firewood from the nearby shed, and got the wood stove going inside the cabin. I was tired, hungry, and not very happy having to spend the night at this rather damp cabin. I fell asleep in a chair and woke in the morning with my back and neck aching. I was feeling rather sorry for myself. But as I stepped out of the small cabin and began walking towards the shed, which needed to have its door replaced alongside the cabin, I stopped dead in my tracks. I could see that, during the night, someone had gone to town on my car. Several windows had been smashed in, broken glass all around on the ground. One side mirror was missing, and the passenger seat was torn apart. The trailer had not escaped the wrath of whoever had done this either. One of its tires had been reduced to shreds. I looked around for any ATV tracks or car tracks, reasoning to myself that someone who had a bone to pick with the country administration had seen my truck and decided to vent their anger on it. However, I found no signs except for those marks left by my own set of tires and trailer, both of which had chains on them. Feeling a bit uneasy, I began to unload the materials and whatnot. I had decided I would put everything into the 2 sheds. I headed into town after that to report this to the local police. I rolled myself a cigarette and took a deep pull of it to calm myself, to get the shivers out of my body and carry on. As I stood in one of the sheds, stacking materials and setting down the various tools I had with me, a noise caught my ears. It sounded like a hunting dog yapping far off in the woods, which was not that odd, really. After all, most of the locals are hunters and are well versed in anything outdoors related. But what struck me as odd was the tone of the yapping. It was so high-pitched and carried so well, I thought the dog was not far off. By the frequency of the yapping, It sounded like the dog was hard on the trail of whatever it was chasing. Stepping out of the shed and looking around for this dog, I expected to see said animal bounding along the half-frozen marsh and moorland that lay behind the cabin. But I saw nothing. I probably spent about 15 minutes looking and listening for the dog, but I never saw it. This should have been my cue to just get the heck out of there in hindsight, but I'm sometimes far too stubborn for my own good. I carried on, making sure that all I needed was in good order and ready for when I got back here. When I was done, I walked out and I could still hear that dog, but suddenly its tone changed. It went from a steady yapping to a high-pitched and terrifying howl that was cut short. Then there was nothing, just an uncomfortable silence. I guess at this time something urged me to get out of there. I remember a cold shiver running down my spine when I had my back to the woods as I gathered my clothes and whatnot and headed to my car/truck. I was hoping it had not been subjected to more sabotage as well as plain old vandalism. Thankfully, it started on the first twist of the key. I swung the car around and began down the trail that had gotten a thin layer of fresh snow during the night. I drove for a few minutes, feeling glad I wasn't going to stay there and feeling worried about why anyone went so far out into the woods to wreck my car and equipment. As I sat there in my own thoughts, paying attention to the road, not wanting to take any chances, I came to the top of a small hill. This is where the road runs downhill for about a kilometer. I caught the slightest movement to my right side, and before I had time to think, something stepped out in front of my car, about 50 meters ahead. At first, I cursed and thought that a suicidal moose had decided to meet its end at the cost of my car, but when I looked closer at that thing that stood in front of my car, I realized this was no moose. First of all, moose do not stand on their hind legs. Secondly, was its head. It did somewhat resemble the elongated skull of a moose or reindeer, but the proportions and aspects of it were all wrong. The size, color of the fur, just the sense of it, nothing was completely right. Then, as my eyes drifted down along its body, I saw two massive paws, both ending in curved and blunt-looking sets of claws. I just lost it. I felt panic grip my whole body, and I started shaking and sweating as a man possessed. It was its eyes that really did it. I screamed in fear as I peered at those white orbs with vertical black pupils that bore down upon me as the thing stood there, seeming to radiate nothing but pure disgust and anger at me and my car. It was as if I had dared violate its home with simply having the nerve to drive through here. At that moment, everything went black. I had passed out, possibly from fear, maybe from something else. When I came to, I expected the creature to be standing right beside my car, ready to end my pitiful life for offending it with my presence. But there was nothing, just the silence and loneliness of the woods. I drove like a madman home, breaking untold numbers of traffic laws during the drive. Upon coming home, I ran like a whipped hare inside and collapsed on the floor of my bathroom. I lay there for a long time before I managed to calm my nerves and got enough presence of mind to start the process of cleaning myself up. I called the local county the next day and said I could not complete the contract due to the issue of someone wrecking my trailer and vandalizing my tools. I didn't care if they believed me or not. This event cost me a fair amount due to lost tools, a lost contract, damage to my trailer, and I had to pay compensation due to not fulfilling the contract. But I know now that I'll never go back there. I've been trying to sell my home since this ordeal. I never go outside much anymore, and I sold my dogs to a friend. I don't dare go into the woods or tundra. Even if the thing I encountered is long gone, I don't want to risk my sanity and my life on that bet. Funny little things at work. From Masai Riot. My previous job was a ton of fun at first, but after a few years it was far from fun,
with salary raises, company influence, and lack of work draining the whole work experience. There was a weird thing that happened during night shift when it was just me and Jeffrey, a former colleague of mine. We both agree to this day that it was something we shouldn't let out into the world, but that's a promise I'm breaking now. Jeffrey and I had the night shift from 4 in the afternoon until 1 at night, which I actually really loved, since I'm a night brewer, as we say in Holland. The day went by for the most part normally, and Jeffrey even got his dongle, a device that lets you watch things on a PC, so we could watch the soccer match of the World Championships that year. There were no higher-ups during the night shifts, and I know that even though it's not legally allowed, we were okay with it. With 25-meter beams of steel, where we had to mill a lot of steel off of, sometimes up to 45 minutes, we had a lot of free time to check the match. As the match just finished, there was a truck coming with a few hauls that the company really needed for a few orders that needed to get out the next week. Jeffrey and I saw the lights going into the big flat area where we store our rails, the same ones used for railroads. Jeffrey said, "There shouldn't be a truck coming this late." I answered him, "Well, they haven't told me anything about it either, but I do know we need some rails for the upcoming orders." We looked at each other, but it was clear that we both didn't trust the whole situation. Jeffrey put a crowbar in his huge work pants, and I grabbed a big box cutter. We walked over to the truck. I was starting to trust the whole situation less and less. Jeffrey then spoke. "Heads up." The driver of the truck stuck his head out and started to say something neither me nor Jeffrey understood, which made the two of us look at each other with weird faces. The moment I turned to the driver again, I saw a see-through pale face with a grin right next to the driver, and it startled me. "Yo, dude, you okay?" Jeffrey asked me, and after I collected myself, I just said, Yeah, man, I'm okay." I then noticed Jeffrey had gripped the crowbar that was still in his work pants, but now the driver was talking English, so we finally understood him, even with his bad grasp of the English language. Jeffrey began to unload the truck with the forklift. I put a rail of 20 meters into the holders of the milling machine, locking it and starting the milling sequence. As I was holding my bathroom visit for over an hour, I really needed to go, so I went ahead to the bathroom. The driver was here as well, taking a leak, and so when I saw him in the bathroom, he began to make conversation. "Hello, I have thing for boss of company," the driver said, and after our bathroom visit, I walked with him to the truck. When we got there, he opened the door. The moment he did, Jeffrey honked the horn of the forklift, which startled me, causing Jeffrey to burst into laughter. And through the laughter, he could just get out the words, "Oh man, that was good." "Yeah, okay, you got me. Just unload everything, okay?" I told him. The driver then handed me a box, and I looked at the driver weirdly. It was a shape more like a hexagon than a normal box. I walked to my boss's office. It was then that I noticed that the corridor to the boss's office seemed way darker than normal. At that moment, it was around 11 p.m. I quickly put down the hexagon box on my boss's table, but something didn't feel right to me, so I glanced back into the boss's office. And man, I wish I didn't. When I did, I saw the same face in the office that had been behind the driver before. I took a step back and frantically started blinking my eyes. When I stopped blinking, I didn't see that face anymore. I then slowly walked towards the cafeteria, which was only a few steps from the office, but I was a bit scared now, and I'd never been scared at this company before. Then I heard something fall in the office. Reluctantly, I started to walk back. I could still hear the noise of the forklift in the distance, so I knew it couldn't have been Jeffrey or the driver, because it was just me on this side of the building. I took a few steps inside. That's when I heard a voice. Someone said, "Make me." That voice could not have been clearer. Terrified, I continued through the office. I looked around, not finding anything that would have caused that noise. But after a moment, I heard something else. Laughter. I looked all over rapidly again, and this time,
I saw the face once more, over the hexagon box. The face looked at me with a serious expression. I kept staring at it, and it stared back at me, unblinking. Suddenly, Jeffrey tapped me on the shoulder, saying, "Hey man, you okay?" Surprised, I answered him, "Let's call it a night, all right?" Jeffrey looked at me with a weird look, but then he seemed to understand. "Sure, let's call it a day." Jeffrey and I walked back to the machines, turning them all off. The entire time I felt that someone was watching me, and at one point I looked at the screen of the CPU linked to the milling machine. When the screen went black, I saw the face in the reflection. This really startled me. Jeffrey was running over towards me, but before he could even say anything, a loud thud boomed from the other part of the work floor. Jeffrey and I checked the surroundings of the work floor, but we couldn't find a thing, not until we saw in the far back. A huge 28-meter beam had fallen from the crane. "How did that happen?" I asked Jeffrey. But then he replied, "Him," and he pointed. I followed his finger, finding that familiar face, but this time I could also see a bit of the body of the figure. The face's expression became that of an eerie smile. Seeing this made my stomach turn. Jeffrey dragged me to the dressing room of the company, repeatedly shouting, "We gotta go, we gotta go." As we ran, after finally getting our work clothes off, we ran towards our cars, and I looked up to the office of our boss, seeing that face again. This time I could see the top part of its body. I put the pedal to the metal when I was in my car, and I made it to the nearby Mickey D's to calm down. I ordered some food to relax. I then noticed my hand was shaking on the steering wheel. I gathered myself, then enjoyed my late-night Mickey D's. The following day, I was free from work, but since I'd left my phone charger there, I had to drive to the company to get it. When I parked my car, I saw the figure again in that window. I dreaded going back in the building, but I told myself I could do it. I went back inside, grabbed my charger, and when I looked back up, I saw a yellow eye almost right in my face. I think I passed out then. When I woke up, no one was around me, and I started to think of what this could be that caused me to faint. Later on, I would learn that my boss sold that hexagon thing. I never did learn what it was. And luckily now I don't work there anymore. I do occasionally drive by, and every so often I swear I can see that face staring back at me. Still, I have no idea who or what it is, but I always saw it coming from my boss's office. I now work somewhere different, and I can only hope that my friends that still work there have been left alone by that thing. Delivery driver in a small town. From It's Demonic. I'm an express delivery driver in a small tourist town in the Midwest. For job security reasons, as well as to just keep relations well in the town, I won't say which specific company or courier service I work with. I'm actually an actor, and I signed on with the company after graduating with my BFA to get health insurance and pay off some loans. As my family has always been on the poor side, I've had a job since I was 14, but nothing has happened at those jobs like what I've experienced in the 2 stories I have for you. Story 1. Why I don't take naps on my break anymore. Before I begin this story, you should know a couple of important things about my job. My route covers the majority of 2 counties and the edge of 2 others, while being the farthest west my station goes. I work 4 10-hour shifts, except for in peak season. I start at 8 a.m. and usually get back to the station around 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Normally, in most areas, the morning routes handle the bulk of the deliveries and go home in the afternoon, while the evening routes do the pickups and come back later into the night. However, since my area is small towns and hills, I do all the deliveries and all the pickups.
I deliver all day, then usually take a 30-minute break and do my pickups at 5 p.m. before heading back to the station or to finish whatever deliveries I have left. I don't mind it, as normally I get left alone and don't have to worry about micromanagement due to a lack of signal and my manager's understanding of how rough it is in my area. I just get to be left alone drinking coffee and listening to my podcasts. The town itself is very small, just some shops and businesses with tourism and art in mind, all within walkable distance of each other. We get visitors from all over just to enjoy the probably overpriced goods and services. The crime rate here is nearly zero, as there are only 4 main roads into the town, all barely 5 minutes from each other, that all connect. At this point, we were in peak season for deliveries, the online holiday shopping season where everyone buys stuff they don't necessarily need in the spirit of giving, usually just to find out it's the wrong item and to just ship it back. Despite hearing the horror stories of couriers being out till past dark every night and having their vans completely full, this van was extremely slow to start with. It was a Friday, and I'd already put in 40 hours with the next 10 being all overtime. I was not exhausted by any means, just ready for the week to be over. I had knocked out what deliveries I had left and realized it was only 3:30 p.m. So I had a lot of free time left before my 3 pickups. I decided to treat myself and order a pizza at one of the places on the main strip. I picked up my pizza, and before long I was in the parking lot of the grocery store just outside of town enjoying my pie. About 15 to 20 minutes after that, I was out like a light. When I woke up, it was eerily peaceful, like I had just awakened in Silent Hill or something. The sun had been blocked by clouds, and it had begun to lightly snow. I groggily looked over to my phone. It was 4:55. I stretched and drove over to the drop box at the grocery store, scanning the packages inside, and I headed back into town to get the other 2 pickups started. I thought to myself that it was weird there wasn't anyone on the road at the moment. The town sits off of a major state road that leads to a large college town, so even if the town wasn't busy, the roads usually are, due to traffic to and from there. As I turned into town and parked on the side of the road in front of the first pickup, a small shop that sells fudge, I noticed the town was dead, aside from multiple police cars blocking the road ahead. I assumed they were redirecting traffic due to an accident or something like that, so I headed on inside. When I walked in and announced myself to the ladies who worked there, I was met with pale faces, stricken with obvious fear. "What are you doing here? Do you not know what's happening?" asked the owner. I assumed the owner had canceled the pickup and dispatch had not informed me yet, which happened from time to time. "Oh hey, I'm sorry, did you cancel the pickup?" I asked, apologetically, as I began to pull up my device to see if the pickup had been removed. The owner stared at me for a moment before realizing I genuinely didn't know what she was so worked up about. "You didn't hear, did you?" Hear what?" She looked out the window as if to look at the police to confirm they were still there before explaining her odd behavior. "At 3:30 today, a man called into the restaurant off of Main Street. He told the police that he had placed explosives in the building and he was watching the building with a sniper rifle." I thought she was joking. I mean, the story was just ridiculous. I laughed for a good minute, but she didn't laugh with me. She was stone cold serious. Apparently, a girl at the restaurant was cheating on her boyfriend with her manager and had gotten caught. Her boyfriend, ever the level-headed man, then called the restaurant from a number listed outside the country, informing them of what he was allegedly doing. As soon as she explained this to me, the bell to the storefront door chimed as a small family of tourists walked in. "I'm sorry," said the owner, "but you all need to leave right now." They seemed shocked and confused. The mother spoke up. "Oh, we're sorry, we didn't know you were closed." The owner then yelled at them, "You need to get back to your car and leave." I didn't stick around long after this, though she did make me take packages with me on my way out. I took a side road to avoid the exciting area and drove to my next pickup, which I knew sat across from the police department, so I would feel somewhat safe if anything happened. I sprinted to the front door of the business and saw a note that simply said, "Get the heck out of town." I called my manager and told him about what was happening, to which he laughed and said, "Sounds like some small-town drama. Make sure you scan those packages off at the businesses you pick them up at, or dispatch won't clear you for the night." These pricks didn't even care about my safety. I was shaken to the core by this, and I drove out of town probably 15 miles over the speed limit. The newspaper claimed that there were never any bombs or a sniper, that he was just trying to freak people out. It's been 5 or 6 months since that experience, and I've yet to have taken a nap on my break again since. Story 2. The Odd House at the Top of the Hill. Being out in the hills, there's some unforgiving territory, and as a delivery driver, I see and drive through it all. I'm forever grateful to people who leave package boxes at the front of their driveways, and those who make turnaround spots so I can get out without having to back down a hill. However, there are some houses that, due to their neighbors or even the road that their house sits on, they need their packages left at the front door. This means I have to drive all the way up their driveway and hope for the best that I can get out. One time during peak season, I'd been assigned a package that did not get routed properly. For some reason or another, the package did not register on my device, so it wasn't until towards the end of my shift that I looked back and went, "When did this get here?" I realized the address was on my way back to the station in one of the rural areas off the main road, so I decided to wait until after my pickups to deliver it. I would come to regret that choice. It was winter, of course, and with the skies shrouded in clouds, there wasn't much light. The house was located way back in the back of what could be loosely called a neighborhood. Or rather an attempt of one, but in the hills. The lights of the houses were more spread out, and I had to drive carefully due to how steep the hills I had to drive up and down were. Thankfully, I had GPS signal out there, because even the signs were impossible to see. Eventually, I pulled into the right road, and I saw a mailbox with the right number on it. I cursed under my breath as the light shined onto the path. What little gravel there was had been grown over with greenery, still strong even in this winter, and on both sides of the driveway you could see no lawn maintenance was being done. I took a breath and I pulled in. The driveway took a curve and led me to the garage of a tall cabin built into a hill. I left my engine running just to have lights to see where I was going, as I had to push through tall grass and vegetation up the hill farther just to get to the front door. The package was some sort of medication, so I didn't want to leave it out at the garage, where they may not find it before the frost sets in for the night. As I made it to the porch, I was using my device and going through the required delivery steps. Except since the package did not route correctly, I had to manually enter the address. I looked up into the window and saw inside. I saw what looked to be a standard cabin interior, lit by a fireplace. There were mounted animals and skins hung on the walls, wooden furniture, etc. I also noticed in front of the fireplace, directly parallel to the door, an old man staring blankly in my general direction. He wore a maroon flannel shirt, tucked into faded jeans. His arms were at his side, and his face was blank. His back was to the stairs that went down into his basement. The way he sat reminded me of an exercise I learned in college about how characters sit in chairs. My professor had told us how someone sits says a lot about their character. This person sat with no human emotion, fine posture, nothing occupying his face or mind. Blank. I realized I'd just been staring at this customer for about a good minute, and immediately got embarrassed for probably annoying this old man when it was so dark out already. I was quickly reminded of the job at hand. I began to take a picture, but realized it was too dark, and I needed to turn on my flashlight. That's when I looked up and noticed the man was now standing up straight as a board. What the heck? I thought. How did a man that old stand up that fast? I'd only looked down for part of a second. I was weirded out, but I went back to taking a photo of the package and marking it as delivered. I then went to knock on the door, but I stopped myself. When I'd looked up again, the man was gone. I made the executive decision to leave as soon as possible. I got back to the van and realized there was no way I could leave without alerting the strange old man. My usual van was out getting serviced, so I'd been driving this rental from Penske, which, if you know Penske, all their vehicles beep loudly while backing up. I had no way to turn around, and realized furthermore that due to the angle of the driveway, I would have to keep going up the road when I backed out, then turn around to get back on the main road. I couldn't tell you why, but I just hated the thought of coming back by there. When I did get turned around and headed back past the house, despite my instincts, I looked back at the place as I passed. The old man was now standing at the very front of his driveway, arms to his side, face emotionless. I know this might sound like an overreaction, but this experience chilled me to the bone. The old man moved way too fast for his age. He moved only when I was looking away, and he never carried even an ounce of emotion. I never did deliver there again, and despite my love for the area I deliver in, I will not be renewing my contract come this September, when my 12 months is up.
Tales from the Break Room is a viewer-submitted podcast featuring allegedly true scary stories that happened on the way to, on the way from, or at work. If you want your story to be narrated on the show, send it to us at eriecast.com/submit. As of April 14th, we're paying 3 cents per word for stories that are approved and make it onto the show. Submission does not guarantee approval or payment. For a limited time only, PayPal only. Tales from the Break Room is an EerieCast Network original podcast hosted by Darkness Prevails. You can follow him on Twitter at Dark Prevails, and you can hear thousands more stories read by him on our other show, Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoyed this episode, please follow and rate Tales from the Break Room on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. You can also enjoy plenty more horror-themed podcasts at eriecast.com.